Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades. Gas masks and hand grenades.
What's up, everybody? Anybody that's watching or coming on, I saw Ryan's in there. We only got 2 people in right now, and it might not be a lot of people. It's Bowie. Bowie seems to be one of those things you got to kind of be into, or you're just not into it, which is fine by me. But what's up, everybody? It's Gas Masks and Hand Grenades. I am your host, Jeff, and hey, look who's with me. Oh, I did it again. There he is, that guy. The young Canuck, a.k.a. Cronus Jr. Erik Berg is with me tonight. What's up, dude?
Not much. How's it going?
Cool to see you. It's been a little while. Actually, when was the last one you were on? Carcass? No.
Scorpions? Maybe?
The Scorpions after Carcass?
Yeah. Carcass was the first one I was on.
Damn, Scorpions? That's a while back, dude.
Unless
Did you join? Unless it
was part 2 of Bowie. I can't remember. But either way, it was a while ago. A couple months.
Yeah, it's been a while, man. You've had a lot going on privately and making some decisions and trying to change some things. So it's been tough getting a hold of you. Well, not getting a hold of you, but getting you to join in. But yeah, I wanted to say, though, I saw you only have 13 subscribers. Go subscribe to this guy's channel. However, you have to put content up to bring people in.
Hopefully this Friday. That's what I mean.
You got to get something up and start dragging people in a little bit. I don't expect you to do the kind of shit that I was doing there for a month, 6, 7, 8 things a month. You just, or Nick, Nick has the benefit of not having to work a regular job, and I've had until recently the benefit of not being able to work. And unfortunately, on Friday, I had to finally throw in the towel and apply for disability. There's no way with what's going on with me now and getting my diagnosis finally squared away last Monday. I should have done it a long time ago. But I didn't have a foolproof diagnosis. I had a kind of half-assed one, so it's been a struggle for me. But I know you don't have the kind of time that we do, so that's completely understandable. But in order to get anybody to come in, you got to do something. So
yeah,
I mean, unless you just want to post selfies of yourself looking all sexy and shit or something weird like that. But we allow some of the other big metal YouTubers to do that, like Maddie and I. We post pictures of our hotness to drag all the women in.
Yeah, I don't think I could.
They never come here. Anyway, we're bullshitting here, and let's focus here for a minute and get to the task at hand. We're gonna finish up the Bowie catalog tonight. We've got the final 9 albums. I'm gonna point out a few other cool little things that I have that I don't think I did in the first 2 episodes, but I did show a good portion of my Bowie in those 2. The first one was with Maddie, which, by the way, is both of them are linked in the description. The first part is with my daughter Maddie. She had a lot of job things that kind of interfere with her being able to get involved and any further, and so Erik stepped in and was like, "Hey, man, really want to do some Bowie." So he and I took over part 2, which was kind of the Berlin to the pop era. I think we went from, where did we start? Stations? No, not Station.
Station to Station. Yeah.
Oh, we did start at Station to Station, up to
Never Let Me Down.
Never Let Me Down. And the first one was the '67 Bowie album, the first Bowie album. Through which there's 2 first Bowie albums. So go watch the first part if you want to get to the bottom of that. Yeah, the first 67 Bowie album up through
Young American.
Diamond Dogs.
Young Americans, I think he did, right?
No, Young Americans is after Station to Station. We did that one.
Nope.
You sure?
Young Americans is 75. Station to Station is 76. And then the Brilliance.
Young Americans was 75?
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude?
No.
Hold it. Hold on. This is tripping my brain. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just like, wait, what the fuck?
Well, you shouldn't be because I'm right. So
okay, well, but here's the thing. I do have a little bit of a You're right. Holy fuck. I bow to thee. I do have a slight little reason for it, other than feeling really sick. I made the mistake. I made the mistake of taking 2 hits before I came on because my belly's bothering me. So I am a wee bit stoned right now, just a wee bit.
I looked at my one hitter and I was like, and then I was like, nah.
Hey, you can if you want. I
wouldn't be able to talk. So
yeah, I'm struggling a little bit, but we'll get through it. But anyway, so Eric and I are going to get through Black Tie, White Noise all the way up through Black Star, which was sadly Bowie's last official album. The estate has put out tons and tons of stuff since he's died, like crazy box sets, and they keep the stuff rolling, man. Believe you me. I mean, it's between him and Hendrix. I'm not sure who comes out with more product after they've been dead. Hendrix probably leads the pack right now. I'm sure there's other people, but Miles Davis. But I mean, it's like, man, it's like they keep coming up with stuff, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hendrix has had like 50 years of posthumous releases now.
True.
So
yeah, Bowie's only had what? Where are we at? 7?
Yeah. 7, I guess.
So 7.5 going on.
Yeah.
But anyway, we're gonna get started here, and this again, parts 1 and 2 are in the description. Eric's contact stuff is in the description, his YouTube page. So go over and sub up if you're watching. He promises he's going to get some content up, and if he doesn't, you can always unsub. So there you go.
Yeah. But I will hopefully this week. So
cool. I wanted to show you something before we got started. So years ago, I was really into this fusion kick for a while, jazz fusion, right? And there was a couple bands I was listening to, like Spyro Gyra was one of them, and the Rippingtons, and they're kind of rock jazz, but they weren't like metal jazz so much. But I found out about this band, man, and this band called Gamelan. Did you ever hear them?
I've heard the name.
Buffalo. All right, so I think they put out 3 albums, maybe 4. I can't remember. Maybe it's more than that, but the one that matters are the first 2, and I had them. And I don't have them anymore. I don't know whether I traded them. I don't know if I lost them. I don't know if somebody ripped them off. I left them somewhere, And so it got in my head, this one album, which I'm going to show you here in a sec, which I've been listening to other than the Bowie and Thin Lizzy that I'm doing for prepping for, what I got to prep for here. But this album fucking rips. This is Gamelan Aerial View.
Cool.
Let's see where... Let me blow it up a minute here. And it's basically 2 of the best guitar players you're ever going to hear in your fucking life, man. George Paleo, who's just a shredding impresario. He can do it all. Blues, jazz, modal shit. He's just unfucking real. And then Bruce Brucato, who unfortunately passed away in, I think, 2014 of cancer, was the other side of this thing, man. And these guys fucking just killer. But it's very jazzy. It's very of the late 80s, early 90s. This came out in 90 on MCA, Amherst. And, dude, you got to check this out. Go online and check it out. The song on here, The Lost Ghost. 3.5 minutes of pure fucking guitar orgiastic sickness. Just every style you can think of, from shred to searing fusion to just dirty down funky metal sort of stuff. It's so cool, man. Gamelan, aerial view. Get on that. All right. You ready to get started? Oh, I guess I should acknowledge people. Ryan, what's up? Alexander, what's up, man? James G, what's up? Well, you're getting way ahead of us, but we'll get there, I promise. And yeah, so let's get started, guys. First one we're going to deal with here is, and I believe I'm showing them all tonight, right, bud?
I got a couple.
Oh, you do have?
I got Heathen and Black Star.
Which ones do you have?
Heathen and Black Star.
Okay.
That's all.
CD or album?
Yeah, just on CD.
Okay. So the first one I'm going to show, we're going to get into is Black Tie, White Noise, which came out April 5th, 1993 through Savage Records in the United States and Arista Records in the UK. This was conceived following the disbandment of Bowie's rock band Tin Machine, which after Never Let Me Down, he stepped away for about, 5 years, was it? I think it was around 5 years. He stepped away from being David Bowie and joined a band, and it was called Tin Machine. Hate to say it, I remember them, but I never actually picked any of their stuff up, and I did not have time to listen to it. So that's where that stands. Did you listen to them at all?
I didn't have a chance, no.
Yeah. So, following disbandment of Tin Machine and his marriage to the model Iman. It was recorded throughout 92 between Montreux, Switzerland, Los Angeles, and New York City. Bowie co-produced with Let's Dance collaborator Nile Rodgers again, who voiced dissatisfaction with the project in later decades. The album features several guest appearances, including previous collaborators Mike Garson and Mick Ronson. I think his last guitar appearance is on this album before he passed away of cancer. And new arrivals Lester Bowie and Chico O'Farrell. Released amidst the rise of Britpop in the UK, Black Tie, White Noise initially received favorable reviews from music critics who praised its experimentation, but criticized its lack of cohesion. It debuted at number 1 in the UK album charts, with each of its 3 singles reaching the UK top 40. Its promotion in America was stalled following the dissolution of Savage Records, which was an imprint. It was David Bowie's imprint on Arista, resulting in the album's rarity until later reissues, which mine, by the way, is an original issue. Bowie released an accompanying film of the same name to support it. Despite mixed assessments from critics, subsequent decades, Black Tie, White Noise marked the beginning of Bowie's commercial revival and improved critical standing among a string of poorly received projects. Real quick here, in 90, Bowie met Somalian model Iman in Los Angeles. He resumed recording with Tin Machine following Sound and Vision tour. They married on 24th April 92 in a private ceremony in Lausanne, Switzerland. 5 days later, the two returned to Los Angeles on the day the 1992 Rodney King riots began.
Oh, damn.
And forcing the newlyweds to stay in a hotel and witness the violence from inside. Bowie later reflected, it was an extraordinary feeling. I think the one thing that sprang into my mind was that it felt more like a prison riot than anything else. It felt as if innocent inmates of some vast prison were trying to break free from their bonds. Kind of interesting perspective there. The album was very much informed by his wedding and the racial divide in the country at the time, which hasn't changed at all. Nope. It's actually probably worse now, maybe. So anyway, that is kind of the lowdown on Black Tie, White Noise. I don't think I had any other. Yeah, I don't have any other notes on it per se. Oh, wait. I do have one more quick thing to read here. Both Bowie and Rodgers gave positive statements regarding the sessions in contemporary interviews at the time. Speaking with Rolling Stone, both said they were not looking to do Let's Dance 2, Bowie remarking they would have done that years ago. Nevertheless, Rodgers made several unfavorable comparisons between the two records, including statements about Bowie's involvement and how Black Tie was more difficult to produce and took longer to record than Let's Dance. In the ensuing years, Rodgers expressed disappointment in Black Tie, brushing off as an exercise in futility that was not as good as Let's Dance. I disagree with that. Tin Machine member Reeves Gabrel later said Bowie felt coerced into hiring Rodgers who was intent on creating a Let's Dance follow-up, while Bowie wanted to pursue other musical directions. Decades later, Rogers commented that he wanted a more commercial record, while Bowie was trying to make his artistic statement about this period of his life. So there you go. That's kind of the lowdown on Black Tie, White Noise. And yes, I stole all that off of Wikipedia. So it's got to be true, right?
Yep.
I've already been wrong once already today with the young Canuck schooling me on the discography dates. All right. So I'm going to talk to you first. Let's get down to brass tacks on this album. What's your thoughts on it?
Well, okay, so a short disclaimer first. Other than Black Star, I hadn't heard any of these albums until maybe a month ago when I started diving into this stuff to do this episode. Yeah, it's crazy how, like, we talked about this a little bit the other day. Like, Bowie's in my top 5 like artists of all time, but somehow he had like 8 albums that I had never even listened to. It's funny how that happens. You just get distracted with other stuff and whatever, but
it's hard to do. And that's why I realized when I ask people to join these and do these that are working and have real lives, it's getting harder, particularly with summer. You know what I mean? It's hard to get commitments. And I understand that's why I've kind of, between my health really sliding hard the last 4 weeks, and it being summer and people not really having the time, that's why I've kind of slowed to a crawl the last 2 weeks. Yeah. Had a lot more planned. I just haven't gotten it done. So,
right. But yeah, with like a big catalog like this, like 26 albums, I mean, it's hard to get through all of it before you end up getting kind of burnt out and wanting to check out something else when there's so much other music out there. Anyway, so yeah, the first time I heard this album was might have been a month ago or so now, and I hated it. I thought it was absolute garbage. I listened to the whole thing and nothing stuck with me. I barely any of the melodies like registered with me or anything. I was just like, this is garbage. I don't want to ever hear this again. And it's funny too, like how your mindset when you listen to something can just totally change how you hear it too. Like, I was at work when I listened to it the first time. I was not in a very good mood, I don't think.
Right.
And yeah, I just hated it. And so I was kind of dreading my second listen of it. And when I went back to listen to it, I actually liked it quite a bit. And it's grown on.
Was that before or after I said, dude, I'm shocked at how much I'm digging this album?
No, that was after that. But
okay,
I was like in between my second and third listens that you mentioned that. And I was like, yeah, it had like every time I listen to this album, it gets a little bit better for me. Yeah, like it's not one of my favorite Bowie albums by any means. It does sound, like you mentioned, it sounds really 80s kind of. And that's one thing I've noticed about a lot of early 90s albums, or a lot of like, you could say that for the early 80s or the early 90s or the early 2000s, they sound like the epitome of the decade before. It's kind of like the overhang or the hangover, I mean, of the previous decade.
Yeah, this one definitely has a little bit of the 80s, the late 80s in it.
Yeah. There's a lot of electronic drums.
Production, a lot of production choices, and some of the synth pads sort of have that 80s sort of vibe. The sax definitely has that 80s vibe. Sax is straight out of St. Elmo's Fire, man. I love it. Fucking give me more sax, man. Sax and violence. Anyways, go ahead.
He played all the sax on this album, as far as I can tell, which is pretty cool.
He does, yep.
But yeah, I do think the production on this album kind of the production and some of the instrumentation does kind of rob it of some energy, some kind of like authenticity even kind of. It's kind of holds it back a little bit. But that said, there are still a lot of great songs here, honestly. You've Been Around. The opener has a really catchy chorus. Black Tie, White Noise, the title track. I actually like that one quite a bit.
Oh, I love that track. I
cool.
love that track, man.
And the chorus in that song, when he's like, the key changes. It like goes up to a higher key, and then his delivery where he's like, working out the black noise, kind of weird.
Yeah.
Thing to do that, but
there's a lot of vocal effects.
Yeah,
you hear the vocoder on here a bunch.
Yeah, and cool like backing vocals too. Lots of
a lot of great backing vocals.
Yeah,
a lot of gospel style vocals
for sure. Yeah, Jump, They Say. I like the combo of the synth and the bass lines in here. Some cool sax parts too. Night Flights. That one's it's got kind of a mystical feeling.
It's a killer song, man.
Yeah,
might be probably my favorite track on the album. That is fucking killer, man.
It's definitely one of the better ones. I like the chorus in that one, and then that like epic kind of bending synth line after the chorus.
The chorus is it's that when the rain comes. Yeah,
it's cool.
Yeah, fucking killer.
Pallas Athena is kind of epic too, but sort of like ominous, almost instrumental. Doesn't have much vocals, but it's a good.
There's some chanted like verbalizations in the background, but yeah,
and lots of cool sax on that one for sure.
Overdose.
Yeah. Can you overdose on sax though?
A lot of people fucking hate sax, right? I mean, they just hate it. I love it, man. Bring it on. Especially in the context of like that late 80s, mid 80s, early 90s, this kind of music. Like, I just completely forgot what was on this album. The only song that jumped out at me that I remembered, no pun intended, was Jump, They Say.
Right.
But I didn't remember it until I started listening, and I'm like, yeah, there we go. I remember this tune. But all the other ones, I was like, what? McIverson, you'll hate this fucking album, but I don't give a fuck. I fucking love it. No offense. I just love it, man.
And then Looking for Lester, tons of like funk and jazz elements on that one.
Oh, man. Trumpet too, man. Lots of trumpet.
Yeah. A lot of cool bass line. And there's tons of like brass in that one. And more great sax and a cool piano solo as well. So definitely a grower, honestly. Like, like I said, like I totally hated it the first time, and then
this is the album of all. This is the album of all the ones except for Outside, which is you're gonna find out when we get there is a masterpiece to me. I just blew it right now, but I listened to this one way more than any of the others. It was just like, whoa. And the one after too. Those were the two that really got me to go, wait a minute. Why was I thinking these sucked so bad? Some of the songs are absolutely incredible on this album.
Yeah.
By the way, at the end, we're going to rank all 26 albums, guys, which was not an easy chore. Although I think it was easier for me than it was for you. But I
might have to change mine a little bit, actually, like as we go. Still,
as you're doing it, huh? You're gonna pull that, huh? All right, so I got standout tracks here. Wait,
did you want to like rate them as we're going to? Like,
you can, yeah.
Give that one probably like a 7.
I'm a little higher than you, not a lot, but a little higher. Only because I'm still warming up to it, but it could rise a little bit. So I start out by saying, although I really like Never Let Me Down, I love Time Will Crawl and Day In, Day Out. There's a couple other songs on there that I like. You can go watch part 2. Off the top of my head, I'm honestly too stoned to remember back that far what I said. But the truth of the matter is that I do like that album. The production's kind of weird. It's very 80s synthy, empty, Fairlighty kind of stuff. But I still really think there's some good songs on there. But this one, surprisingly better album overall than even the last three. And yes, that means I'm saying this is quite a bit better than Let's Dance, Tonight, and Never Let Me Down. Quite a bit better. The songs are much more dynamic and versatile, and while a lot of people say this isn't cohesive, okay, I guess I could see that. That may be true, but I don't know. What does that exactly mean? When, like, I mean, to me, cohesion means everything just sort of sounds the same. I'd rather have an album that's very varied, and that's what this album is, I think, for the most part. Starts off with almost a 6 minute instrumental, which is very weird.
Oh yeah.
Nobody does that except for David Bowie. Well, unless they're an instrumental band, of course. And yeah, so I prefer this album over all the 80s albums except for Scary Monsters, just saying. So the first track there, excuse me, it's a bit of a mix of late 80s pop, jazz, world music with a decent little bit of the album Low style experimental vibiness. The sax is highly present, as is the trumpet, and there's a lot more polish than probably needed to be on this since Nile Rodgers was producing. I like Nile Rodgers, don't get me wrong, but this does sound pretty polished. Now you're in there, you're good. Let's see. Standout tracks. The Wedding is a lengthy, slow-burning opening instrumental that has some really cool melodic melody sax lines with trip-hoppish like beats. It's a really cool, kind of dark track in a weird way. Does it sound dated a little bit? Yeah, I guess you could say that maybe. But I don't care. It's got real cool Middle Eastern vibes. I really like that track. Kind of ballsy to start out with an almost 7-minute or whatever it is instrumental. You've Been Around. Good, solid building rocker. Has a cool funkiness to it. Great vocals. Lots of vocoder with some really nice Reeves Gabrel guitars. Man, Reeves, what a guitar player. Whew.
Yeah.
And Bowie's always had great guys like Slick and David Torn and Adrian Belew and Robert Fripp, and the list goes on. And David himself's a pretty good guitar player. But yeah, Reeves is just the dude. I Feel Free, funky, groovy, lots of that awful, but I love it. Sax, cool track. Black Tide, very soulful, almost reggae-ish with lots of R&B. I should really hate this track, but I love it. Even though the I'll Be Sure, what does it say? Even though with I'll Be Sure in it and allusions to Marvin Gaye. Did you catch that part?
No.
Where he references what's going on and they play the sax line to what's going on. That's crazy. Cool, crazy. More and more sax. Can you believe it? There's more sax. I love this track. I love that track so much, man. I'm trying to remember how it goes, though. What's the chorus for Black Tie?
Working on the black tie, working out the white noise.
That's it. Da, 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 da. Oh, it's so good. That chorus gets in your head, and you're like, unless you're stoned, you can remember it.
Yeah.
The problem with me is I got too many tracks I'm trying to remember. A couple that I'll probably sing, and then some of it is just I'm stoned, and 1 and 2 I'm not feeling very good the last couple days, so I've been struggling with that. But anyways, we get back to the tracks here. Jump, They Say. Da, 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 da. That reminds me of another Bowie track, but it's just super cool, man. Supposedly, this could maybe be about his brother's suicide. His brother suffered from schizophrenia and all kinds of mental illness and was at a treatment center, and he ended up leaving on like a day pass and laid down in front of a train and let the train run him over, which is wow. I mean, that's quick, I would imagine, but boy, hearing that train get closer and closer, knowing just about over, that's fucked up. But anyway, I don't know whether it really is about it or not. Just saw some allusions to that.
Which song was that?
Jump, They Say.
Okay.
Man, it's got that jazzy, trip-hoppy, even a bit of gospel in there, man. I fucking love Jump, They Say. Great fucking song. Night Flight, my favorite track, hands down. super chilled, beat driven with killer David Bowie vocals. Man, his song's kind of mysterious. I think you said that. Didn't you say that? It's got like
I
a
said
mysterious
mystical
vibe
or
to it.
something.
Yeah, groovy as fuck. I love that song. Palace Athena, again, sax overdose, but it's mysterious, funky, cool. Dig this one, but not as much as some people do off that album. I think it's good. I don't love it. Miracle, Good Night, Good Night. What's Good Night? Oh, Miracle, Good Night.
Good night. Yeah.
It's kind of a grower, kind of an earwormish after a bit. It's a cool track. Don't Let Me Down, Down. Another grower, very subdued, funky ballad that gets in your head, and it's catchier than it should be in the end. Looking for Lester, man. Love this one, but admittedly, it goes on probably a little too long, but I don't care. I'm fine with it. It's super cool jazz freestyle. A vehicle for Lester Banks was the Lester Banks, not Lester Bowie. Did I say Lester Bowie?
I don't know.
I thought it was Lester Banks. Let me look at it. Oh wait, I have it up here. I thought it was Lester Banks. Let's see who it was on the horn. Who was on the horn, man? So it was Lester Bowie. It was Lester Bowie. Okay. Thought that was weird that his last name was Bowie. Which he died in 99. So it wasn't far after after this was done. He died pretty young. He was only 58. Yeah, where are we at?
Apparently, I guess, yeah, I was going to say, apparently no relation, but that wasn't David Bowie's real name anyway, so.
No, it wasn't David Bowie's real name.
That
Yeah.
makes sense, yeah.
Brian Jones. Anyway, where are we at? Looking for Lester. Oh yeah, it's 7 minutes. It's kind of pushing it. Dude, oh man, but the interplay of the sax and the horn is so good on this track. Love it, man. Is it dated? Fuck yeah, but who cares? I'm going with a 7.5 out of 10, mainly because some of these songs are a little too long. But overall, I really dig this album a lot, which is kind of shocking to me, to be honest. But yeah, that shot way up in my thing. What's up, Tyler?
Yeah,
How's it
I
going,
gave
bud?
it, after my first listen, I would have given it like a 5 probably.
That's cool. See what
Well,
reevaluating did for you, though?
Yeah.
All right. Next one up, The Buddha of Suburbia. There we go. This came out November 8th, 1983, or 93, excuse me. Recorded in O. Henry in Burbank, California, and Mountain Studios in Montreal. Mountain Studio, if I'm not incorrect, I believe was Queen Studio, right? Think? Pretty sure it was. Yeah, pretty sure it was. This came out on. Producer was David Bowie and David Richards, and it came out on Arista. Let's see. No tuba metal. Nah, dude. Nah, no tuba metal. This is the 19th studio album of David Bowie, originally released November 8th, 93, through Arista and Kingdom in the United States and in the United Kingdom and Europe. Sorry. The project originated following an interview between Bowie and novelist Harif Qureshi during a press tour for Black Tie, White Noise, where Bowie agreed to compose music for an upcoming adaptation of Qureshi's novel, The Buddha of Suburbia, of 1990. After making basic tracks, Bowie decided to turn the project into a full album. Working with musicians Erdal Kizilke, recording took place at Mountain, Switzerland, and was completed in 6 days. Mike Garson contributed piano. The album's music primarily consists of numerous motifs created using various instruments and contains references to his late 70s works. Commentators recognize pop, rock, ambient, jazz, and experimental themes throughout. The music itself bears little resemblance to the music of the BBC serial. Only the title track featured in the program. Aside from the 3 instrumentals, The lyrics are non-linear, which Bowie utilized as a way to reduce narrative form. Initially marketed as a soundtrack, The Buddha of Suburbia flopped and received little promotion from Bowie himself, despite receiving positive reviews from British critics. It was not released in the States until October 95 through Virgin Records with updated artwork. It fell back into obscurity. You can tell, I don't know if oh shit. This is the reissue because the original, we gotta show this. It's fucking hilarious. The original artwork, I believe, for the UK was this something from this play, right? And it's so weird, dude. Let me see if I can do this. Share screen. Oh, here we go. Look at that thing. That bizarro cover. Isn't that weird? Are you there? I can't hear you. You muted. There. You muted yourself. What were you saying?
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Strange looking cover, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on exactly.
I don't know either. It's something from the play, but I don't really know that much about the play, to be honest with you. So who knows what that means? But all right. So, anyways, yeah, I have the reissue. Obviously, that's the what did it come out on? Virgin. Yeah, got that in a store for like $3 somewhere. I think somewhere along the line. Yeah, you ready to roll on now? Oh, real quick. It fell back into obscurity until a worldwide release through EMI in 2007. So I have the October 95 one. And then it still remains one of Bowie's least known works. However, reviewers have praised The Buddha of Suburbia as a forgotten gem in its catalog. Bowie himself named it his favorite album in 2003. A remastered version was put in the 2021 box set called Brilliant Adventure. So, real quick, according to O'Leary, the music Bowie made for Buddha of Suburbia consisted of short motifs, combination of guitars, synths, trumpet, percussion, sitar. In the extensive liner notes for the album, Bowie stated that the collection bears little resemblance to the small instrumentation of the BBC play. He also presented a list of influences that he drew from when creating it, including the Beach Boys, Pet Sounds, Roxy Music, T-Rex, Noi, Kraftwerk, and Brian Eno. So there you go.
Wow.
All right. Ready to rip into it?
Now that you say all of those, I can kind of hear a little bit of all of those in this album, to be honest. This album compared to like maybe even anything from like since the Berlin trilogy, this is like the most diverse album he's done in a while at this point, I think. Like there's a lot of different kind of stuff on here.
There's a lot of textures.
Mm-hmm. And I instantly liked the production better than Black Tie
I agree.
or the last few albums, in fact.
Yeah, I agree.
Definitely more kind
of
here. What's that?
I'm here. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, and this one too, it was like I actually liked it way more than Black Tie White Noise the first time I heard it, even though I listened to them right in a row, one after the other. But yeah, right. I mean, this is like a super solid album, and you never hear anyone talk about it at all.
No,
it's kind
you
of
don't.
That weird period in his discography where like no one talks about these albums. Buddha of Suburbia, the title track, opens things up. I really like the dreamy guitar textures. Bowie's kind of like almost back to his 70s style delivery on this.
Little bit.
Like,
little bit.
Love that kind of like explosion after the chorus of it. Like, he's like, down on myself in every way. And it like opens up. It's like kind of like in its pocket and it just like blows up after that, kind of with the guitar chords like ringing out and everything. That's super cool. Then it's got a couple like references near the end in the kind of outro section. There's that like acoustic guitar break that almost sounds like Space Oddity for like 2 seconds. and then goes
Right.
back into it. And then
Yep.
Actually, before I even got to the outro, I was getting kind of like all the Mad Men vibes from this song.
Yep.
And then in the outro, he says a line. What's the line he says? He's like, sane, sane, sane. Something like, which is it right out of all the Mad Men. So it's like
Yep.
kind of a cool reference to that.
Yeah, he definitely pulled from a couple tracks there. And like you said, there's that one chord sequence where it's like down, 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 down
Yeah.
from Space Oddity. Yep.
Yeah. But then goes back into the groove. Yeah, that's a really cool song. I really, really dig that
You're
one.
talking about Buddha, right?
Yeah, the title track.
Fucking wicked song, man. So good.
I keep having that like stuck in my head for the last couple weeks.
Total fucking earworm, man.
Yeah.
And a track that most casual Bowie fans they'd be like, huh? What are you talking about? I never heard of that album.
Yeah, which is a shame. More people should check this out.
For sure.
Sex in the Church. This one's kind of weird, but it's still kind of cool. It's almost like a techno beat almost in this one.
Yeah.
Really cool kind of main motif to it. The bass riff and stuff that's in there, but it is a bit long. It's like it's almost 7 minutes or something like that, and it's basically an instrumental. So it's a little bit long, but it's still kind of cool. South Horizon, mostly a jazz track. It's almost like acid jazz or something. It's got that electronic beat, but the rest of the instrumentation is total just like modal jazz almost kind of stuff, and some electronic elements thrown in. That's an interesting song. The Mysteries. This one's totally like ambient pretty much and super like dreamlike. Kind of makes me feel like I'm just like floating when I listen to it. It's like it reminds me of something like Moss Garden or something off of Heroes.
Yeah, it's very Berlin-y.
Yeah. Strangers When We Meet. The bass line in this one also like makes me think of V2 Schneider off of Heroes. It's a very similar bass line. This song is like, I don't know. I really like this song. It's kind of it's really interesting. I wrote down it has feelings of happiness but also melancholy, contentment but also longing, like at the same time somehow. It's just like it's got a really interesting and unique feeling to it. Ian Fish, UK Air, weird title. Another ambient track, this time slightly unsettled feeling kind of from the weird vocal effects in the back of the track, in the back of the mix. And then you get like, as far as I can tell, I don't know if it's exactly the same, but or if it's on the CD even. You have the original version, right? Or the CD version anyway. On Spotify, it's got another version of Buddha of Suburbia with Lenny Kravitz on guitar to like end the album. But as far as I can tell, it's basically exactly the same as the other version. It just has a guitar solo on top. So it's cool. Lenny Kravitz is a great guitarist, but it doesn't really
it's not much. It's not much different. It's a little bit rockier, but not much.
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of interchangeable with the other one, in my opinion.
But. Yeah, I agree. It's kind of weird. I kind of was expecting Lenny Kravitz to like sing a verse or something,
right?
and he doesn't. You're like, oh well, okay, just play guitar, okay.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's still a great track. But
yeah, it's just kind of weird having two almost identical versions of the same song in an album. Is a little weird, but
that is unusual. I agree. Yeah,
yeah.
And they cut a couple off of this.
Yeah, I like the album overall though. I'd probably give it a 7 as well. That one it didn't grow on me as much, but I liked it better to begin with. So yeah,
cool. Yeah, Buddha. Killer track. Lots of nods to earlier stuff, as career nods. All the Madman, Space Oddity, even a little bit of Beulah Brothers at the end there. Lots of grandiose pop sort of vibes to it, but I love the song. Super radio friendly, but very artsy. So it's radio friendly, but it's not like dumbed down. It's very arty. Sex in the Church, yeah, a lot of vocoder. The vocals are almost all vocoder, and yeah, I like it. It's jazzy, it's driving, it's a synth tune mainly, but I like it. But it's kind of, it goes on a little long.
Yeah.
South Horizon Mysteries I put together very low heroes ish, like you said, with Moss Garden and instrumentals. Killer Avant Jazz meets Aladdin Sane meets Dark Ambient Chill. Soundtrack material, love it. You can hear the influence and direction for the Berlin era material here, or from the Berlin era material. Bleed Like a Crazed Dad, man, I fucking love that song, man. Shame, 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 shame. It's like, it's just this groovy, hypnotic sort of funk thing, man. Wicked fucking school. You know what it reminds me of? It sounds like a Prince song, like a badass Prince song.
I can see that, yeah.
And I'm cool with that, man, because I fucking love Prince too. So this is David Bowie doing his Prince impression right here. Super mysterious, dark, wicked cool. Guitar fills are great on it. The bass synth is really badass. I love it. Strangers When We Meet, actually, we're going to see that again very shortly on an album because it's re-recorded for the Outside album. And I love this song. It's kind of almost poppy in a weird way, but it's just, I'm so glad we're strangers when we meet.
And the cool thing, too, is he, like, changes the line almost every time he sings it.
Yeah.
He says...
It's not the same lyric.
We're strangers when we meet. Like in the beginning of the song, it's like he's sad about it, and then by the end, he's like glad. Almost,
right.
Kind of thing.
Yeah. That's a great song, man. No matter how you look at it, it's fucking killer. Until One, breezy, jazzy, trip hop, ultra fucking cool soundtracky. Has a hip hop 70s cop R&B vibe to it. Like if there was like a Starsky and Hutch in the, which there was in the 70s, this could have been a theme song for it. It's that cool. Only in the 90s. Anyways, Ian Fish, cool ambient track. We'll learn more about Ian Fish soon. So he was already writing it when he was doing this. So Buddha replies with Kravitz, more sax, love it. Some smoking lead guitar on that version. I really love this album, man. You're going to be like, what? Except I think it's highly underrated. It's super atmospheric, very musical and experimental, yet cohesive overall. I'm going with a 9 out of 10. Yeah. Yeah, man. You heard me right. That is a fucking really badass album. Love it. Love that album. All right.
Yeah. I feel like it's still going to grow on me probably the more I listen to it.
I think it will. Definitely. All right, so the next one, I'll show this now. I have this box set of 5 CDs. It's the Japanese mini albums, but they're the European ones. So I used to have this album on CD. I don't know what I did with it. Maybe when I got this set, I got rid of it. I don't remember. I do have this on the original OG, not repress, the original press. And I also have the Heathens Digipack somewhere, but I can't locate them, so they're around. Anyway, so the next one up is this one here. Oh, quick story about this, though, real quick. When David Bowie died, this 5 CD, it's actually 10 CDs because there's 2 CDs to each album with all the remixes and bonus tracks, and there's a lot. But when David Bowie died, I don't know why I even did this, but I think someone told me, oh man, did you see Bowie albums? People are gouging people for an old copy of Hunky Dory. They want $25 for a beat up album. I'm like, what? So I went and looked and put this into Discogs. And it's this 2004 so almost 20 years next year. Box set of Outside, Earthling, Hours, Reality, and Heathens. All those plus the accompanying bonus disc. This thing was going for close to $1,000, dude. When David Bowie died within 2 weeks, this thing, if I'd have sold it, I'd gotten $1,000 out of it. But I just couldn't do it, man. I thought about it long and hard, but I just couldn't do it. So here we go. Outside comes out. Outside, it says Outside one, or David Bowie won Outside. This came out September 25th, 95. Recorded March and January of 94, 90. Oh, I'm sorry. March to November of 94. January, February of 95. It's long, man. 74 minutes long. And that's why I think when I had my... Yeah, fuck. What was I going to say there?
74 minutes long.
Oh. Yeah, but there was a point I was getting to. Man, I had a stone moment there. I was like, I literally was going to say something, and it is gone.
Yeah. Train of thought just plummets off a cliff.
Yeah, it'll come back. But anyways, 74 minutes. I don't think there's a misspent minute on here, to be honest with you. This is a fucking brilliant album, man. I love this album. It's subtitled The Nathan Adler Diaries, a hypercycle. It's the 20th studio album for David Bowie. Came out September 25th, 95 through Virgin in the U.S. and Arista at BMG and RCA, other territories. Reunites Bowie with Brian Eno. Following the 70s Berlin trilogy, the two were inspired by concepts outside the mainstream, such as various outsiders and performance artists. Recording throughout 94, the experimental sessions saw Bowie conceive a world where art crimes such as murder pervades society. The resulting Leon project initially faced resistance from labels due to its uncommercial nature. The project's bootlegging led to additional sessions in 95 to revise the concept and record more commercial material, inspired by a diary Bowie wrote for Q magazine. Influenced by the television series Twin Peaks, the nonlinear narrative of Outside concerns the residents of a fictional Oxford town, New Jersey, and follows Detective Nathan Adler as he investigates the murder of a 14-year-old girl. The tracks show perspectives of specific characters with spoken word. Between some song segues convey more dialect character ideals. The story in Adler's diary entries were presented on the album's CD booklet. Musically, Outside displays a variety of styles from art rock, industrial rock, jazz rock, electronic, and ambient. The album covers a self-portrait painted by Bowie. He did support this with the Outside tour, but was criticized for not playing older material. Multiple planned sequels to Outside never came to fruition, leaving the album's story on a cliffhanger. Instead, Bowie used musical ideas from the album and tour for his next project, Earthling, in 97. Retrospectively, Outside has received more positive assessments, with most continuing to praise the music, but criticizing the story and length. The album was reissued in 2003 and remastered in 21 as part of the Brilliant Adventures. Real fast, the concept of Outside originated on March 12, 94, during what Bowie called a blindingly orgiastic recording session. As the band improvised, he conceived numerous characters on the spot, playing each out for maybe 5 minutes at a time. He later revealed that almost the entire genesis for Outside is contained in those 3.5 hours. In what Bowie labeled a nonlinear gothic drama, nonlinear gothic drama hypercycle, he developed a world where art crimes, which Jason Draper of Dig magazine described as murder and mutilation for public consumption, pervade society, and concept muggings merit their own police division funded by the Arts Protectorate of London. So there you go. Yeah, what do you think about this one, man?
Well, I didn't know. I was actually just thinking earlier today. I haven't really had a chance to dig into the story behind it much. I know it's his only real concept album, right? So,
well,
sort of.
Diamond Dogs is kind of a concept.
I guess
You could say Station to Station a little bit. So Ziggy's obviously a very conceptual album, but are they actual stories that have beginnings and ends? Probably not. You know, are they Metropolis by Dream Theater? Probably not. No.
No. And I'm not really a lyrics guy all that much anyway.
Yeah,
so
neither am I.
So I didn't really know any of the story behind this really, and it's kind of hard to figure it out just from listening to it.
It
Because
is.
like you were saying, it's pretty like non-linear and whatever, which I can definitely feel the Twin Peaks reference there, because like that's a show that's completely like I love it, but
Non-linear.
I have no idea what the meaning of it is.
Yeah, you never know what the fuck's going on for real.
No.
And yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And actually, it's very Twin Peaksy.
Yeah, and I think if I have that in mind when I listen to this next, it'll probably enhance it for me. But anyway, yeah, this is a super cool album. I'm probably not. Probably don't love it to the level you do, simply because I've only heard it like 4 times at this point, 3 or 4
Yeah,
times.
you didn't come into it when I did, which was
Yeah.
when it came out.
But like, yeah, I took more notes on this one than the last couple.
That's cool.
Definitely a darker vibe than anything since like
By far.
Well, I don't know. Probably his darkest album ever, to be honest. Just like it's creepy. Especially
I would think so, yeah.
a lot of the interludes and stuff, especially too, are just weird and
I'm
unsettling.
gonna blow myself up and show some pictures. Keep talking.
Yeah.
One thing to add real quick was Bowie had started acting back in the 70s. You know,
Right.
He was on The Man Who Fell to Earth and a couple other things even before that. And then, into the 80s and 90s, probably even 2000s, he did stuff. I'm 90% sure he was in that movie The Prestige, I think. Oh, no, that was Christian Bale. And what's the movie that he was in where he played the professor? Shit. And he was in the vampire movie with the girls in it. God damn it, I'm blank. I'm too stoned. Can't think of the name of it. James is gonna know, I'm sure. God damn, something blood.
The Hunger.
That's it. Yeah.
That was in '83. Yeah.
Was it that far back? Wow.
Yeah.
God damn, man. Yeah, so again, keep in mind that he was doing a lot of acting, and he does a lot of kind of acting within the script of this album.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, this is a super cool album, to be honest, and probably my favorite one since Scary Monsters at this point, I would say for sure.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, Outside, I forget if it's the first track or just the first real song. I'm trying to find the track listing here. Because yeah, there's a lot of songs on this album, or a lot of tracks anyway. Okay, so it starts with Leon Takes Us Outside. The first real song is Outside.
Outside, yeah.
That's an awesome way to open the album. Or first real song anyway. Catchy, groovy, bombastic, ominous, trippy. It's just I was just listening to this album again today at work, and it's just yeah, that song, I love that song. Not tomorrow, yesterday. Yeah, it's so good.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yeah.
Boom, boom,
And those,
boom, boom.
Yeah, that ascending kind of ominous bass line in the background, and
then the part where he does it's happening outside. It's so fucking wicked, and it's sinister sounding, man.
Absolutely. Yeah. The Heart's Filthy Lesson. It's like a heavy, industrial, almost kind
of 9 Inch Nails-y sort of vibe, right?
Great guitar riff in that one. That just repeats over and over again. Manic piano sections too in it that kind of remind me of Aladdin Sane almost in a way.
Yeah.
Crazy piano
stuff.
A Small Plot of Land, dark and foreboding, great vocals and some cool almost like Fripp or Blue-esque guitar work in that one.
Carlo, I think it's Carlos Alomar.
In that, okay,
and he's killer, man. He is
Yeah.
fucking killer.
Doesn't get enough credit, to be honest.
Well, he's a big time session guy, man. He's been, probably made millions doing gigs for, he's so good that, there's a handful of cats, him, Lukather, guys like that, Lee Rittenauer. They're just the guys, that in the LA scene back in the day, they were the fucking dudes,
But they're not like household names, and I mean,
true.
Maybe that's the way they like it anyway. I can see how it would be nice to have the income and the resume, but not the fame to the point where everybody's trying to get your autograph at the grocery store kind of thing. But yeah, awesome guitar work on that one. That crazy like bass swell comes in halfway through, and everything slowly devolves into like chaos or insanity.
Yeah.
Hello, Space Boy. Cold.
Hello, Space Boy. Bye-bye, love.
Electronic blips, heavy distorted guitars. Not a super like complex song, but it just super effective. The Motel, kind of a mellower one. Tons of like super cool fretless bass work. Sounds like fretless anyway to me.
Which one?
Wailing guitars. The Motel.
Oh, Motel, yeah.
Wailing guitars, gets more energetic for the last couple minutes. Super cool song. No Control is another like favorite of mine from this. Dark and foreboding, kind of electronic rock sort of song, driven by synth blips and the super cool like harmonized vocal lines in that one. Like the vocals are just like layers of harmonies for most of it. The Voyeur of Utter Destruction, awesome song title, by the way.
Yeah, it is.
The guitar tone and riff in that one sounds super 80s, kind of new wavy, almost like the Police sort of, or like
what's the guitar riff in that? That's the one I can't remember.
It's like I can't think of it off the top of my head.
Are there vocals in it?
Yeah, there's vocals in it. It's just got that like kind of noodly guitar part with that
I'll check it out while you're
glassy. It's got a really glassy tone to it, like 80s King Crimson or the Police or something kind of. Cool guitar riff anyway. And some more like ascending bass lines underneath it that just like pushed the song to another level. Then it's got the couple interludes, Ramona A. Stone, or not interludes, that one's an interlude, Ramona A. Stone, which is just like super weird and creepy. And same with Wishful Beginnings. It's like, I don't know what I would even call it. It's just that like recurring weird vocal kind of croak thing. It's like kind of in the background and like just super creepy. We Prick You is more upbeat and kind of one of the lighter sounding songs on the album, but still retains kind of an unsettling tone. Super cool guitar riffs in that one, and tons of like slap bass too, which is pretty awesome. And then you get Strangers When We Meet to finish things off, which is, I mean, again, fantastic song. Already talked about it. This album is, I'm giving it, you're probably going to hate me, but I'm giving it an 8, but it's close to
not even remotely good enough.
I'm probably going 8.5 after listening to it again today. Again, like I've listened to it like 4 times, so it
keeps rising. It keeps rising. You'll see the light very soon, or you're seeing the light, I should say. Yeah, that one that you're talking about, the Voyeur, is that one where he's like, "I see." He kind of shrieks the vocal out, but it's got that clean, kind of almost like delayed overlapped, intro, the guitar
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, it's cool. A lot of cool piano on it.
I'm
That's the
kind
one
of having I'm kind of having
I
trouble
can
like
probably. I'm sorry.
I'm kind of having trouble like pulling the melodies out and stuff like from the individual songs because I've only heard them a few times at this
This
point.
is the one that I think I can go through and sing a line from every song,
Nice.
except that one. Voyeur was escaping me, but
Oh,
yeah, I think this album's a fucking work of genius. I think we probably should have mentioned that. This is you've got Bowie, Brian Eno, Reeves Gabrel, Mike Garson, Erdal Kizilkay, Sterling Campbell, Kevin Armstrong. Who else is on here? I'm trying to see if there's any other major players I missed. A lot of Bowie, a lot of Bowie by himself, some Bowie Gabrel. So yeah, 19 songs on the standard issue, 20 on the I forget special or Japanese edition probably back then, and then if you have the one I have, which I put away like an idiot, but this one, it has 2 discs. The first is the album, and the second is a bunch of mixes and remixes, and actually all these 5 different CDs from this box set all came with these double gatefolds, and there's 2 CDs in each with all the remix, because remixes were big back then. Everybody was remixing everything. Now you hardly see that unless you're in fucking electronic or something like that. But in rock music, they just stopped doing it. But man, it was a big fucking thing in the late 80s, and early 90s. It was still hanging in there. But yeah. So for me, this is an 11 out of 10 for me. And frankly, when you see where this is at in my final ranking, you're going to be like, holy fuck, really? But that'll just kind of give it away. It's pretty high up there. It's not the number 1, but it's pretty high up. Yeah, so going through this quick here. Outside, we did our happening outside. Down, down, down. What he did? Not tomorrow, just today. He's got that cool way he's singing it too, man.
yeah.
Bowie's voice just so amazing. Let's see what else. Leon takes us
behind it to the
yeah.
So sick.
Leon takes us outside. It's just an intro sort of speech things, ambient thing, and then you get into Heart's filthy lesson, like you said, that down 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 down. Such a cool riff, simple as fuck, but so cool. And it just works in the context of the song because the song's kind of this pulsing sort of drive to it, right? And then it's hot, filthy lesson. It's so good, man. It's a nasty song.
Those kind of like half whispered female vocals too are cool.
Yeah. They're in the background going, hot, filthy lesson. Yeah, it's pretty cool. A Small Plot of Land. That's the you poor dunce. Da, 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 da. Isn't that the one where it's like
I think so.
It's got all the percussion and the drums going. Anyway, Baby Grace is the victim. Blah 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 blah. No, that's not right. I'm wrong. The Small Plot is not the one I'm thinking of. Hello, Space Boy. Hello, Space Boy. Do you? What's it say? The one line in there. Don't you know it's different for girls.
Oh,
things are different. What's that?
Like, I just heard it in the Moon Age Daydream like 10 times yesterday. It's like, do you like boys or girls? And
do you like girls or boys? Things are different these days.
Yeah.
But things are so different these days or something. Yeah. Fucking killer, man. And then you got the Motel, which I think is the one I'm thinking of with the isn't that the one where the real percussion is going off? where he's doing the paw dance. Paw, da, da, da. Is that the one? I'm almost sure it is. Yeah, it is. It's got to be. Yeah, it is. It is. Then where else? Where are we at here? Baby Grace is the victim. Blah blah blah. I did that one already. Hello, Space Boy. Motel, I think, is the one I'm talking about. The paw dance. Da, da, da. Well, actually, I have the lyrics right here. Let me see. Hold on. Whoops. The thing about this is, I'm gonna have to read this. I'm gonna have to try to read this for like the tiniest fucking.
Right.
Oh shit! This is gonna bug me because now I told you I know all the lyrics to these songs.
Well,
I clearly
that's the
don't.
thing, though, too. Like, both of us are guys that listen to full albums, so it gets hard to like try to remember which song is which sometimes when you just listen to the full album every time. And this album is a perfect example.
I was right. Hold on, I was right. A Small Plot of Land is one where it's the drums. Poor dunce. He says, what's he say? Poor soul, split upon that poor soul. He never knew what hit him, and he hit him, and then it's like poor dunce. So it's just this weird, almost like alien sounding thing. The Motel is the one I'm struggling to come up with too. I don't know why. I have not been to Oxford Town. Love that song. Toll the bell, 20th century dies. Da, 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 da. Love that track. That is such a great song. I have not been to Oxford Town. What else we have? We have No Control. No Control. When the rain sets in. I fucking love that song. What else we have? We got Algeria Touch Street. My name's Algeria Touch Street. Fucking bizarre, man. Totally bizarre. Interlude. We did the Voyeur. I am with name. I am with name. I am Ramona A. Stone. I am with name. Such a killer track, man.
Cool.
Wishful Beginnings. I gotta look at the lyrics quick.
That's the weird one with the croaking and
Is
shit.
it?
Yeah.
I don't remember that one.
It's really like stripped down. It's basically just a bit of electronic percussion.
It's instrumental, right?
No, it's not.
Really?
But it's just more like of a spoken word kind of thing almost. And he's
okay, yeah. Okay.
Background.
Gotcha. We prick you, man. We prick you.
Yeah.
That's another killer track. Heavy, nasty. Nathan Adler. I guess that's an interlude with them speaking. I can't remember that one.
Yeah.
Then one of my absolute favorite songs on the albums, if not maybe my favorite, man. I'm deranged, and the rain comes. I'm deranged. Such a killer atmospheric track, man. So badass. That's like fucking music for like two guys trapped on a mountainside trying to climb down in, like blizzard conditions with no crampons on a sheer ice wall. That song, I'm Deranged, should be on there. Through These Architects' Eyes, kind of almost a poppy sort of cool techno-y. Through these architects' eyes. Da, 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 da. It was such a great tune. Da 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 da. Fucking cool. And then Nathan Adler again speaks, and then you got Strangers When We Meet, which it's a different version than the one on Buddha. It's been re-recorded. It's a little more rockier, a little more beat-driven, techno-y, however you want to call it. And then there's one bonus track called Get Real, which is not that great, and it doesn't really seem like it belongs on this when I listened to it today. I hadn't listened to that in forever. And then on this thing you get, oh, fuck me. What do you get on here quick? I don't know if it's going to tell me or not. Maybe not. You know, I just realized these discs are super thick. Holy balls. Like crazy. Does that look like thicker than a normal CD?
I don't know.
I mean, these things you can't even bend them.
Never measured how thick a CD is.
I never have either. This just looks super.
Here, hold it up again.
It looks thick,
It does
darling.
actually.
Yeah, there. Let me hold mine up here now.
No, I think yours did look thicker actually.
It feels like
track.
It feels like it's way thicker. Look at that. Anyway, on here you got like
Doesn't
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different remixes of Heart's Filthy Lesson.
It's
4 different remixes of Halo Space Boy. I'm with Name, I'm Deranged, Jungle Mix. There's actually another song here called Nothing to Be Desired, which was an album version. So another track that was missing. No, you're not really missing anything by not having that, but you know, again, if you find this out in the wild, and you find it for next to, you know, like affordable, this thing seriously was going for $1,000 at one time. I think it's down to like $300 or $400 now, but still, it's a lot. All right, yeah, 11 out of 10. I love every song on that album, and I don't know what else to say. We'll talk more about it at the end. All right.
Just talking about it again is like making me. I just want to go listen to that right now. I might just like hop off the stream if you don't mind.
What's that?
You can do the rest by yourself. I kind of just want to go listen to that album again.
Yeah. I don't blame you. When you get done tonight, you'll probably put it on and fall asleep to it.
I actually might. Okay, you want to know kind of a cool thing? The first time I listened to that album, I was laying on a lawn chair outside.
Oh yeah.
Staring at the sky and kind of half falling asleep.
Nice.
While I was listening to it, and it was kind of weird. Like it wasn't the right album to be listening to fall asleep.
Really?
It was. I don't know. It was kind of like disturbing. But anyway,
did you have weird dreams?
I was kind of only half asleep, so it was. I don't know.
Well, I've been there and done that, man. Yeah, I've been there and done that, especially, you know, going to sleep and while Lustmord is on or something like that, and waking up going, what the fuck, man? Is my head being crushed or what? You know,
I've fallen asleep lots of times.
So you gave that an 8. I gave it an 11. There you go.
Yeah,
you shall learn.
You shall
learn. I bet you it goes up. I'll bet my money on it. All right, next one up, Earthling. Almost halfway there, gang. Earthling comes out February 3rd, 1997. Recorded August through October of 1996. Mountain Studios, Looking Glass Studio, Mountain in Montreux, and Looking Glass in New York City. And this was, on Virgin and Arista again, same deal. On this, Bowie composed the tracks with Reeves Gabrel and Mark Platty, who are credited as co-producers, with Mike Garson, Gail Ann Dorsey, and Zach Alford providing overdubs later. I'm not sure who Zach Alford was. Was that the drummer? Yeah, drummer.
Okay.
So, developing musical styles previously explored on Outside, Earthling showcases a very much electronic-influenced sound, partly inspired by the industrial and drum and bass culture of the 90s, further exhibiting jungle and techno styles. Lyrically, the tracks express themes of alienation and spirituality. One of them, I'm Afraid of Americans, was remixed for release as a single by Nine Inch Nails' Trent Reznor, who appeared in his music video. The artwork depicts Bowie wearing a Union Jack coat co-designed by Alexander McQueen. Earthling charted better than its predecessor and reached the top 10 in several countries. Its accompanying singles featured numerous remixes and were supported with music videos. Bowie promoted the album through television appearances and... hey, what's up, Mario? What else are we here? Oh, yeah, Earthling Tour in 97. Although the album was mostly received positively on release, later reviews find Earthling lacking in innovation at a time when the drum and bass craze was well established. Others consider it a worthwhile addition to an underrated decade. It was reissued with bonus material 2004. Recording for Earthling began in August of 96, shortly after the conclusion of the festival dates. For the location, Bowie chose composer Philip Glass's Looking Glass Studios in New York City. He explained, I knew exactly what I wanted. We didn't have any time to pull in a co-producer, so I just sort of went for it. Platti and Gabriels were both credited as co-producers. Bowie and Gabriel commenced. We got that already. In 2018, Gabriels considered Earthling his favorite collaboration with Bowie, telling Classic Rock magazine, "We did have a sense while we were making it that it was something we hadn't heard. Other artists have spoken positively on the record. Robert Smith of The Cure later stated, I really liked Earthling. I thought it was a really good album. Songs are really great. They really stand up to be listened to as songs. And the fact that he worked in a particular genre and tried to capture a certain sound is neither here nor there. Songs are really well put together. Mark Juliana cited Alford's drum work on Earthling as the prime inspiration for his drum patterns on Bowie's final album, Black Star." So go ahead on this one, because you said this kind of dipped for you a little.
It didn't. I guess it did a little bit, but not much. It was just a weird thing. Like, I listened to a bunch of these albums in a row, or within a day or two anyway at first. And
Right.
Black Tie, White Noise ended up like growing on me a lot, and this one kind of didn't. I don't know. It kind of dipped, and then actually the last time I listened to it, it kind of came back up. So I don't know. A lot of these albums,
you're just not sure, are you?
Well, it depends on what particular mood I'm in at the time, I guess. I keep like changing my rating on it and stuff, but I do like this album quite a bit. I don't think it's quite as strong as Outside, but it's still super solid. It's probably his most like 90s sounding album, I would say, and then it like that kind of not quite industrial kind of thing, but a lot of these songs have a little bit of that, and kind of it totally makes sense, the Trent Reznor collaboration and stuff.
Yeah.
Anyway, yeah, Little Wonder is kind of another thing on this album, which probably is why I said it's his most 90s thing. There's a lot of that, like, I guess it's called breakbeat, that like super fast like drumming with a ton of snare in the beat and stuff. I don't know how much on here is actual drums and how much is sampled, or programmed.
No, there's quite a bit of real drums on there, but there's a lot of programming too. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like seems like about half and half maybe, but
possibly, yeah.
Yeah, Little Wonder opens things, alternates between breakbeat and kind of alternative rock type stuff. Not bad. The drum beat and the synth patches kind of do sound dated. I don't know, maybe as like a growing up in the last half of the 90s too, it's like those things just sound so 90s to me. But it's a pretty good song. Battle for Britain, The Letter, brings back the breakbeat percussion, but has a super memorable vocal melody and heavy guitars. I really like the expansive guitar chords when they ring out and the echoed vocal of the chorus. 7 Years in Tibet, almost a cross between funk and dub, almost. With
what's that? Funk? What was it?
Dub, like
cross between dub. What?
Funk and dub.
Okay.
You know, like kind of. I don't know. That's what I got from it.
Okay.
You know, like super slow, groovy, like reggae with electronic stuff in it. I don't know. There's almost like some Hendrixy kind of clean guitar chords that come in partway through, and then it explodes into like almost metal territory. Lots of cool like synth work on this one too. Dead Man Walking. this might be my favorite song, or one of my favorite songs on the album. Really like the melodies in the pre-chorus, and then that guitar line. I can't think of it off the top of my head. The guitar line that comes in right after he says, "Like a dead man walking." Yeah, that
Yep.
lead guitar part that comes in though, that noodly thing, and it's
Yeah.
the tone on it is it's like if you're using a wah, but you turn it on and then turn it all the way down, dial it all the way back. It's almost like a really kind of hollow sound to it. That lead guitar gets really frippy kind of later on in the track too. It's just
it does. Very, and actually, is this the one you? Never mind. I'm getting mixed up. I was gonna say I thought Fripp was asked to play on this, but this isn't the one I'm thinking of.
Telling Lies, not a super. I do like the chorus in that one, but not a whole lot else stood out to me. The Last Thing You Should Do, weird vocals in this one. But I like the distorted guitar riff that comes in after a couple verses. Kind of wish there was more of that in it, to be honest. But it is cool when it appears. I'm Afraid of Americans. This one's cool. I'm afraid of the world. Pretty heavy in a kind of it's not even really metallic. It's more heavy in an industrial percussive kind of way.
Yep, exactly.
Super catchy though, and gets stuck in your head easily. And then you get Law, Earthlings on Fire, which is hectic and maybe Bowie's heaviest moments in terms of just straight up distorted guitar heaviness. So yeah, pretty cool way to end the album. I'm giving this one an 8.
An 8.
Yeah.
Nice.
Kind of a low 8, but an 8 nonetheless.
Nice. Wasn't sure because the way you said you thought this one might have took a dip.
Well, like I said, it did, and then it came back up the last time I listened to it. So, what are you gonna do?
I don't know. That's a good question. What are you gonna do? You do what you do, man. Remember, you go with the gut, right?
Yeah.
For me, hadn't listened to this in a long time. It was definitely got a lot of airplay in my car back in the day. I mean, it was definitely in the CD player because I was really into Skinny Puppy and 9 Inch Nails and Frontline Assembly. That was all sort of happening for me mid 90s here when this came out, and so that makes wait, this wasn't mid 90s. When was this again? 2002.
97.
No, it was 97. Yeah, okay. I was thinking it was a little closer to 2000. But anyway, so it made perfect sense. I was totally getting into that stuff. I love the electronic percussion. I love the synthetic yet brittle yet nasty guitar tone, and I was definitely digging this hard. And I love the artwork for it. It's so cool looking. I love that jacket. Somebody has it. I don't know who has it, but somebody has it now in some museum. Again, a bunch of remixes on that, that frankly you might listen to once and then be kind of done with. But yeah, I dig this album quite a bit. I really think Reeves Gabrel is one of those guitarists that a lot of people don't know about and should. He's a killer guitar player, and he now plays for The Cure. He's with Robert Smith and The Cure now. Has been for, since Bowie died anyways, I would think. Little Wonder. That fucking steam whistle thing, and it's a little dated, a little cheesy sounding, but I still love the song, man, because it's just got catchy hooks, man. You can't, you almost just can't not dig it when it's so killer song. The guitar is snarling and wicked. And again, it's a ripper. Telling lies. No, wait a minute. I missed. I skipped. There we go. Looking is a weird, trippy, almost psychedelic, droning techno dirge with a very memorable chorus. Uh, that's the one. Shampoo, the satellites. Right. That's the second one there. Killer track. Love that one. Battle is a ripper. It's kind of that weird, just enough of that Bowie weirdness. And when he sings the verses, it's almost hypnotic, like da da take your time, da 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 da, and then it gets into the killer chorus, like the and then it goes into the heavy part with all the drum and bass stuff and everything. Love that song. Really, really like 7 Years in Tibet. I think it's super underrated, man. It's another kind of building almost techno track that builds into a killer chorus while being languid and almost loungy during the chorus. It's like chill, chill, chill. And then when it gets to the chorus, it's like much more intense. Dead Man Walking is a catchy rock with some cool synths, samples, and catchy chorus with a lot of heavy Reeves processed guitars. We already talked about that one. Like a dead man walking. Bah, 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 da, 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 da. Super killer.
Yeah.
Telling Lies. I love this song, Telling Lies. It's so bizarro, heavy industrial, and that ooh, ah, visionary, ooh, ah, visionary, ooh, telling, how's it? Telling lies, 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 telling. Just so fucking cool, man. Like, the thing I love about Bowie is he just doesn't take that simple way to, I met a girl, her name was Sue. We went to the bar and got polluted drunk. Whatever, you know what I mean? I'm not very. Huh?
Except for the first album.
Yeah, well, whatever. Right? Yeah, except yeah, but yeah, a lot of these. Yeah, you're right. That one was pretty intuitively direct, but the rest isn't. Afraid of Americans, man. Or last thing. That's a really, really cool song that I feel is kind of underrated for the album. It's the last thing that you should do. When he does that little line, it's just fucking cool.
Yeah, he does it weird. It's like, that's the last thing you should do. He kind of
That's it. Yeah. It's cool though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the first time I heard it, I was like, I don't know what's going on here, but then
what is he doing that for? And then by the second listen, you're like, oh, I get it. Yeah, it gets in your head. You can't forget it. Afraid of Americans, again, a big hit. Anthemic rocker that's pretty gnarly. Not sure, but I think Trent was on this song or whatever you said he did, or whatever I said he did. They did tour.
Maybe not.
It was about they actually did a co-headlining tour with 9 Inch Nails on this album, or maybe they actually opened. I can't remember, but
there's no mention of Trent Reznor in the credits actually. So
I thought he was.
Comment.
I thought he was on there. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Fucking. Yeah. Oh, they went out on this tour and they were playing literally 20 minutes from my house back in 1997-ish, but my daughter had just been born. I remember my daughter wasn't even a month old, and my wife was not sleeping, and she was my ex-wife now, but she was having all kinds of problems, and she's like, can you please, I need a break. I'm like, but David Bowie and 9 Inch Nails are playing in Hershey. I just got that stare of death, like, go ahead, go, buddy. All your shit will be laying on the lawn when you get home, that kind of thing. But yeah, so I didn't go that. For me, this is an 8.5 out of 10. I love most of the album. I like it a lot, but has it aged well? Kind of not great. The fake drum beats and drum and bass stuff do get a little repetitive, but Bowie and Reeves are masterful at keeping your excitement. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
yeah, that's one thing you could say about almost any of these albums. I mean, a lot of them have like weird production or weird instrumentation, kind of dated sounding stuff, but when you strip all that away, the songs themselves are still
Super
great.
strong. Super strong, man. Great melodies, great vocal melodies, great musical passages. Yep, no doubt.
Yeah. And
All right.
Trent Reznor, looks like Trent Reznor helped produce the single mix of.
Oh, okay, that's what it was. All right.
So that's what we're thinking of.
Cool, man. What'd you give it?
I gave it an 8.
8. Okay. We're close on that one. All right. Next up, we got Hours. This is from the box set. I had a copy of this in a single CD. I don't know where it's at. No clue where it got to. Hours came out September 21st, 1999. Seaview in Bermuda, Studios Seaview in Bermuda, Looking Glass, New York, Chung King in New York. Also was recorded April through June of 99. Produced by Bowie and Reeves Gabrel. It was actually originally released September 21st, 99 through Bowie's inaugural internet website called Bowie Net. I didn't know about this. Followed by a physical CD release on October 4th through Virgin. It was the first album by a major artist available to download over the internet. I did not know that. How about that? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
This album is the first one to be available for download. How about that? Cool. Hours was the final collaboration between Bowie and Reeves Gabrel, with whom he'd worked since 88. The album was recorded in mid-99 between studios Bermuda and New York City. A song contest conducted on Bowie.net in late 1998 resulted in a fan contributing lyrics and backing vocals to one of the tracks. I think it's the track. What's it called? Is it What's Really Happening? I think is the song. And it's a good song, actually. Am I wrong?
I don't know. I'm trying to find it, but
it's either it's either What's Really Happening, or it's If I'm Dreaming My Life, and I don't think that's it. Pretty sure it's the one I said first. In contrast to the experimental nature of Bowie's other works throughout the decade, Hours presents pop rock and art pop style reminiscent of 71's Hunky Dory, further evoking styles and ideals previously explored on Bowie's past works. Lyrics are introspective, detailing topics such as the collapse of relationships and subjects of angst. Also present are overtly Christian themes, which is reflected in the cover artwork. Inspired by the Pieta, it depicts the short-haired Bowie persona from the Earthlings era, resting in the arms of the longer-haired, more youthful version of Bowie. The title, originally The Dreamers, is a play on Hours. After Bowie completed collaborations with the band Placebo in February and March of 99, he and Gabrels entered Seaview Studio in Bermuda, his new residence after he sold his Switzerland home. They were musicians Mark Platty and drummer Sterling Campbell, who played on Earthlings and Outside, joined to return to contribute. Other musicians Bowie hired include Mike Levesque on drums and percussion, Everett Bradley on percussion, a rhythm guitar, Marcus Salisbury on electric bass. Bowie initially wanted R&B trio TLC, remember them, TLC, to perform backing vocals for Thursday's show, but the idea was vetoed by Gabrels, who instead hired his friend Holly Palmer. She later joined Gabrel's solo band. I think that's it. Oh, wait. Ours marks a major departure from the experimental nature of its two predecessors, deduced by Platty as the anti-earthling. It represents a style more akin to the acoustic and conventional textures of 71's Hunky Dory. Author James E. Perrone writes that the record evokes folk rock, 60s soul, and rock. I think there's a little bit more rock than that in it. While retrospective commentators have categorized it as pop rock and art rock. I'd say art rock's best with it, but so go ahead.
Yeah, I kind of have mixed feelings about this one. It's definitely more mellow than the last couple albums. And it kind of just, I don't know, to me, it's one of his less inspired sounding albums. It's just like there's not a whole lot of energy on it. It's a lot of stuff that's kind of just low key, and it's not bad per se, but it's just kind of feels like it's missing something to me anyway. That said, there are some good songs still, of course. I mean, I don't think he has any album that, well, okay, there's a couple maybe that don't have any good
Yeah.
songs, but
two or
that's
three of them. 2 or 3 of them I can put in there. I will put in there.
Thursday's Child, really cool vocal melody in the verse. Not a huge fan of the chorus though, but it does have some great bass playing. If I'm Dreaming My Life, this one has more energy to it than the preceding couple songs before it. Cool Hendrixy guitar riff in the middle, and a good solo in the closing section. 7. This is it's probably one of my favorite songs off the album. Mostly acoustic based. This one I said almost sounds like early 70s Bowie, kind of like, Hunky Dory era, I would say. But it does have some more modern synths in it. Pretty memorable chorus on it that, what is it? Got 7 days to live my life, 7 ways to die.
Yeah, it's a great song.
Yeah, I like that one.
But it kind of rips off his earlier kind of vibe, like, like Spaceman or not Superman or even Major Tom, Space Oddity. It has some similar vibes to earlier stuff with that chorus.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, I love that stuff, so I don't mind.
So do I.
No. Like it.
No, nothing wrong with melody, my friend. Melody is king or queen.
The Pretty Things Are Going to Hell.
Pretty things are going to hell. I love that tune, man.
Yeah. Sick guitar riff in that one too.
Right,
Lots of like pinch harmonics and stuff in that riff. Super cool. New Angels of Promise is another really good one. Cool ascending bass riff, nice guitar work, and Mellotron. I think I hear some Mellotron in there anyway. And a more interesting song structure than most of the other songs here. Then you get The Dreamers, pretty upbeat and has like kind of an epic feeling to it. Strong way to close the album. So yeah, I do like a bunch of these songs, but then I don't know, the other ones really don't do a whole lot for me, to be honest. So it's kind of a mixed bag. I gave it like a 7.
You actually gave it more than I did. I gave it a 6.
Well, I have 6.5 written down, but I'm trying to be nice.
Here's my thing about it. You're right. It's a weird energy album. It just doesn't have a lot of high energy at all.
Yeah, it's really mellow and
it's all
back.
kind of one level, right? And some very good songs on that level, but there's some that are just kind of happen and go past you and you don't even know it. Like Thursday's Child is that tomorrow, and it's kind of like, man, this sounds like a Carpenter's song or something. You know, it's like kind of cheesy, man.
Yeah, that's
something
what I
in the
say.
air. Yeah, it's downbeat and orchestral, but it's just kind of pop by their standards. Something in the Air is quirky and cool, smoky, loungy, downbeat track that's catchy and has an earworm. Cool Reeves guitar and vocal effects. Survive is an acoustic ballad, not bad but not crazy about it either. Dreaming My Life Away, bluesy dirge that I dig because the guitar work is excellent. Bowie sells this one hard. I really like Dreaming My Life Away. That's the big long sort of bluesy track. What's happening? What's happening is the fan written song has a bit of a keep me holding on. Who was that? Blood, Sweat, and Tears, maybe? Or
I can't remember who did the original, but the Vanilla Fudge covered it. Which is
That's
like
it. Vanilla Fudge. Yep. You got it.
I love that song.
I love it too, man. Let's see where I'm at. Seven's a solid acoustic ballad that's catchy and reminiscent of hunky dory stuff, or maybe the '68 album. What's happening is the fan written song that I did already. Pretty Things, best track on the album, was the hit. It's a killer track, killer chorus. So good, man. Brilliant adventure, core Arabic Oriental instrumental vibe. We all go through it as kind of a sunny psych track with a catchy chorus. We'll all be right. We'll all go through it. It's sometimes whatever. That's some of the lyrics I think I wrote down, but I don't know how it fits in. This track, really like this track a lot. That one really kind of grew on me. 1917 is a cool instrumental. I keep waiting for the album to really just be like, listen to me over and over and over again. Don't take me out of the player. This doesn't happen. I'll get through one listen and I won't listen to it for 3 years. And that's weird because that doesn't happen a lot with Bowie albums. So maybe it'll pop out. So, yeah, I'm going to go. Did I say 6.5? Yeah, I said it, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm going 6.5. I mean, but in my repeated sessions, because I did it 3 times, I listened to it 3 times. I will say that certain songs started to get here. And that's a good sign. So maybe it'll rise up after a bit. You know what I mean? I just don't know. All right. We ready to move on?
Sure.
We're at Heathen. So what's that give us? What do we got? 4 left?
Yeah. And maybe an EP.
Well, we'll talk. Yeah. Ouch! I did not listen to the Black Star EP. I missed that.
No
That's
plan.
one thing I forgot. That's one thing I forgot. Damn it! I listened to all the next day tracks, the extra ones, all the other ones too, but I totally forgot that one. It was 3 songs, right? You can talk about them.
3 originals, yeah.
Originals, right? Next up, I have the digipack of this somewhere, but I can't find it, so I'm going to show my Japanese import copy that I got when my daughter was over in Japan doing a student thing, got the obi and everything like that, found this for me over there, so I was like, yeah, I'll take it. God knows what she paid for it. Heathens comes out June 10th, 2002, recorded from August 2001 through January 2002 at Alaire Studios in New York, Looking Glass Studios in New York, and Suburban in London. Again, this is produced by David Bowie, Mark Plati, Tony Visconti, Brian Rowland, Gary Miller, a lot of people, and it was on the ISO label and the Columbia label. Come on now, Jeff. Oh, wait, we were at it. Shit. So this is the 23rd album. Came out Europe June 10th, 2002. America June 11th, 2002. First released through his own label, ISO. Reunited Bowie with producer Tony Visconti for the two's first full album collaboration since '80. Recording took place, blah, blah, blah. I already said that stuff. Musically, Heathen displays an art rock and art pop sensibility reminiscent of Bowie's 70s works. The spiritual lyrics reflected in the artwork and packaging were based on his accumulated feelings of dread, thoughts on aging, and hopes for a better future for his newborn daughter. Commentators interpreted some tracks, particularly Sunday and Slow Burn, as partial responses to the September 11th attack, although Bowie denied any of that. Boosted by a vast marketing campaign and promotional appearances, Heathen reached number 5 in the U.S. or UK, became the highest charting album in the his highest charting album in the United States since 1984, reaching number 14. The Heathen represented a creative and commercial resurgence for Bowie, following a period of experimentation in the 90s. It was his most well-received album in years, being praised as a return to form at best since Scary Monsters. His biographers have commented Bowie's ability to update his older sound for a modern setting and recognizing it as one of the finest of his later career. Bowie spent the spring of 2001 writing compositions alone in the New York City looking glass studio, waiting to utilize songwriting techniques he had used across his entire career. He aimed to create a collection of serious songs to be sung and a personal cultural restoration. Visconti was impressed with Bowie's expanded knowledge of music and harmonic structure. The writing stint resulted in the first solely written album since 1993's Buddha of Suburbia. He then marked a. We already did that, I think. Oh, Buckley agrees that Bowie had finally found a voice in 2002 compared to the 90s, when critics dismissed him as genre hopping, with Heathen's update of old themes into a modern setting. The public took notice of him for the first time in a generation. So, yeah, what do you think on Heathens?
Definitely a pretty big step up from the last one, which I'm drawing a blank on the name now. Hours, yeah.
Hours.
Definitely a big step up from that. It's funny, I was just looking at the booklet. Can you pull me up here?
Oh, sorry.
I just I don't know if this is the full lyrics for the album. I don't think it is, but
no,
you can't even see that. But
no. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. No way.
There's a bunch of lyrics in there. You can't. It's in a spiral, and
you drive yourself mad.
It's just super abstract kind of stuff. You can't
It's actually kind of cool.
But oh well. But yeah, this is a great album. Honestly, probably my favorite one since Outside. Really like it's got a great production. It's got more energy and sounds way more inspired than the last album, maybe even the last two, and just a lot of diversity on it too, kind of like the Buddha of Suburbia. Not quite to that extent, but a lot of different things going on. Sunday opens things up instantly, really cool with all those bleeping electronic sounds.
Yeah,
and stuff.
Bleep, bleep,
Nothing
bleep.
Remains, and just I don't know. As soon
when
as
the rain comes,
which
when the
also,
rain comes.
Thanks for getting me to do this, because I've owned this CD for probably 3 or 4 years now, and
Never
I
listened to
it till a month ago, which is ridiculous. I know.
Nice.
But so I finally did. But yeah, the first time I put it on Sunday, I just immediately was sucked in, kind of synth dominated, pretty mellow, but has a really mystical kind of feeling to it, and really picks up when the drums come in for the last minute or so. Cactus is kind of an interesting song. The lyrics are just crazy. It's I mean, I can get the feeling that he's going for. It's just he's talking about go out, run around outside and make your dress all wet and send it to me, or
yeah, it's kind of
on it.
a little pervy.
Yeah, it's a little weird, but it's a metaphor for just wanting or missing somebody that much, I guess. Maybe it's not a metaphor, but I'm hoping it is. Anyway, pretty straightforward but catchy. I like the mellotron that pops up in the background in that one. Slip Away, contemplative and expansive. Tons of layers in this one, creating a dense and enveloping atmosphere. Love the bass work on that one too. Slow Burn has a super catchy chorus and some great falsetto wails. Is that the one where he's like, I can't remember the lyrics. Is that
What
the one
song?
where he's
Yeah,
like,
yeah. Slow burn is. Yep. He goes. He's incredible on that song, man.
is that the one where he's like, I miss you? He does that like,
Yep.
I fucking yeah, great falsetto wails near the end and stuff. Yeah, great song. I've Been Waiting for You is a Neil Young cover.
It's really
I don't
good
know if
though.
I like. Yeah, it is really good. I read somewhere that it's kind of closer to the structure of the Pixies version of it because they added another verse sort of to it. The original is like really short. It's like 2.5 minutes long or something. And I probably still like the original better just because I've heard it for years. But yeah, really good cover. I Would Be Your Slave, calm but melancholic. More fantastic bass lines and great string arrangements on that one. 5:15, The Angels Have Gone. Dreamy and atmospheric, driven by a cool guitar and bass riff. Really love Bowie's vocal in the chorus over the baritone sax drone. Where he goes, "We never talk anymore." That part, the chorus is great. And then Heathen, The Rays, another atmospheric and epic number to close out. I feel like I've said the word epic way too many times so far, but I don't know. A lot of songs are kind of invoking that feeling to me in this era. Makes me feel like this last song makes me feel, I wrote down, makes me feel like I'm floating on the wind above a city and watching the sun go down. So, I don't know. Anyway, yeah. Easy 8 out of 10. It might be closer to an 8.5.
Nice. Yep, it's up there pretty
Really
high for me. Quite high for me as well. This came out in 2002 on the heels of an album that I was like, eh. I remember buying Hours and going, man, maybe he's done. Maybe he's just done. Now
Can you
I
imagine
have
if
a
he was done after that? That would have,
yeah.
if that was his last one.
But I think that it was just where I was at somewhat because that album's better than we just admitted that Ours is better than we care to admit it is. It's not great because we're used to greatness, you know.
Yeah.
This album far surpasses it though. Stand Out Sunday is so cool, man. Oh, it's the beep, 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 beep. Yeah, it's so cool, man. Oh, he does that thing, which is super cool, which he doesn't do that a lot. Cactus is a cover, but I love that track, man. I think it's so cool. It's like a twangy, weird, almost a rockabilly song in a weird way. And Bowie plays every instrument on there, and it's the only time he played drums and they kept the drums. That they kept it on a song that he played.
I didn't know it was a cover.
I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. Yeah.
I'll look it up. Keep going.
Yeah, look it up. I'm pretty sure it is. I'm not. I know the guy's name, but I can't think of his name. Yeah, I'm not gonna remember it. Yeah, I love that song. Very kind of atmospheric and smoky and just amazingly killer vocals for on Sunday. Cactus, real good fun. Kind of like a bluegrassy, hard bluegrass tune almost in a weird way. Country tune. Slow Burn, man. Super weird and dramatic atmospheric song with great vocals and oddball weird lyrics. Very downbeat and cinematic. Possibly my favorite track on the album. Don't forget to leave. That's the one where he's don't forget to leave the light on. Twinkle, twinkle, Uncle Floyd. And you're like, what the fuck are these lyrics, dude?
I have no idea.
I have no idea. Like, I just remember that now, and I'm stoned out of my mind.
It's like a story about the main character is named Oogie, I think.
Oogie, yeah. What's the fuck? Oh yeah, Oogie. I can't remember that. What's the name? What the name is?
What did you say? Which song was that?
It's Slow Burn.
Okay, I'll look up the lyrics.
Where was I? Oh,
Burn.
that Slow Burn
Oh.
has some killer guitar playing on it, man. Killer guitar playing. Not sure who that is. I guess it's not Reeves Gabrel. Who the fuck is that, man? Earl Slick? I forget who was on that now. Damn it. I didn't put that down.
David Torn, maybe?
Torn. I think it's Torn on that track. Yeah, I think it's
on the album.
Yep. Afraid. Upbeat rocker with weirdness on the bubbling synths and the strings.
Oh, dude. It's Pete Townshend.
No, but I don't think he's on that song, is he?
He is. It says Pete Townshend are on Slow Burn. It's the only song he plays on. I don't know if he does the lead, but
I'm wondering if he's playing lead because he doesn't do a lot of leads.
They're a little bit.
Well, I mean, not that he couldn't do it. He's brilliant enough.
No, he's not really a lead player though.
No, it just sounds like someone else. It's kind of weird. I don't know. Anyways, I've been waiting as a kick-ass slow burn rocker. Almost sounds like Alice in Chains at the beginning. The intro sounds like I'm 18 at the beginning there. It's a burner. What's that?
Yeah, it kind of does. I said.
Yeah, and what's cool about this song is, and I didn't know this till I read the liner notes tonight. The really good guitar playing on it, it's fucking Dave Grohl.
Yeah, I just read that too.
I mean, wildly, the song is a Neil Young cover, and it fucking rules. It's great. I Would Be Your Slave, weirdly spacey and slinky, chilled pulsing track with detached alien vocals by DB. Solid track, but not one of the best on the album. Gemini Trip took a it has good. Take on a Gemini rocket with you. I got weed smoke ravaging my throat right now.
That's not good for your falsetto.
No, it kills it. But cool song. I really like that one. Love Gemini Trip. Very electronica-ish. 5:15, cool, trippy, spacey, great track. Great drumming and a bit of a jazzy vibe to that one. Everyone says hi. Cool, breezy, beautiful, wistful track. Another killer song. I love that song. Better Future, dreamy, gauzy, dystopian, but gorgeous and lush. And Atmosphere's killer track. That's the one where he's I dream about a better future. Great song.
Oh, yeah.
And the Heathen, the Rays. That's kind of a weird ending track because it's almost anticlimactic in a strange way. But it's kind of like a Broadway show tune, strangely. And that's why I think it's kind of a little out of place there. But otherwise, damn good album, man. Damn good album. This is a killer album, man. Artsy, dense, and yet almost anachronistic and super vibey that Bowie wrote most all of himself and some of the strongest material of his later material in his career. I'm going 9.75, dude.
Whew, wow.
Yeah, I like that album that much. I liked it then. I still like it now. Not a lot. I noticed one thing about my opinions on Bowie. I might have a little bit of a, Low can be number one this month, and Ziggy can be number one another month. But I've never really come off my positions that, okay, the only ones I guess I have to admit to would be for Black Tie and maybe Buddha. But I didn't really pay real close attention to them, and that's clear. Because they were probably albums I would have thought were in the 5 range or 4 range, and they're way up. And this one is just a killer, and that's what I'm saying. I 9.75. I love this album. One of Bowie's best, no doubt. All right. We are on to Reality. Comes out September 15th. What happened to you there? September 15th, 2003. Where are you going? There we go. Recorded
right
January through. What's that?
I'll be right back.
Oh, yeah, that's cool. Recorded January through May of 2003 at Looking Glass Studio. Reality is the 24th studio album by David Bowie on his ISO label. The album was recorded. We already did that part. Production was by Bowie and longtime collaborator Tony Visconti. Envisioned by Bowie as a set of songs that could be played live, most of the musicians consisted of his then touring band, a mostly straightforward rock album with more direct sound compared to its predecessor, Heathen. Reality contains covers of The Modern Lovers, Pablo Picasso, George Harrison's Try Some, Buy Some, and one of the tracks, Bring Me the Disco King, dated back to 92. Primary theme throughout the Reality album concerns reflections of aging, while other songs focus on despair and diminished characters. The cover artwork depicts Bowie as an anime-style character that exhibited the idea that reality had become an abstract concept. Released under a variety of CD formats, Reality charted in numerous countries and reached number 3 in the United Kingdom. It failed to outperform Heathen in the United States, though, only reaching 29. The album was not supported through conventional single releases, although New Killer Star and Never Get Old appeared in some countries. Reality received a largely positive response. Reviews from the music critics on release, with many highlighting the music, lyrics, and performances and the growing maturity in Bowie's songwriting. Bowie supported the album on worldwide Reality tour throughout 2003 and 4, his biggest and final concert tour. I didn't realize that. That was his last. Geez, wow, no kidding. 2004. Anyways, ending prematurely after Bowie was hospitalized for a blocked artery, he largely retreated from public life and did not release another studio album for 10 years until 2013 with The Next Day, which we'll get to in a minute here. Reality. There you go. Digipack version, which I think has a DVD on it. And then I have the other version, which has all the remixes. And there's a metric fuck ton of remixes, man. I mean, just no joke. There's probably that one CD probably has like 32 remixes of songs on it. Imagine you want to listen to the same song 32 times with slight variations. Not always true. Some people take and create monstrosities out of remixes, which I like. But when you just go, you know, like don't, you know, you just like, you know, okay, you changed one note, dude. You know, I don't know. That's not good for me. So, all right. What you want to say about Reality?
I don't know. At this point, we're having kind of a weird, like, up and down bounce. I feel like in the discography, like, couple really good albums, and then kind of a low point with Hours, and then way back up for Heathen, and then kind of back down.
Come back down the slide. I agree.
And look at that album cover. That's kind of
it's so weird.
A red flag for me instantly. I was like, oh man, that's not very good. It looks so 2003.
Yeah,
like it's not very good. Anyway,
very did not stand the test of time.
No, I mean, did that look good when it came out? I don't know.
Fuck, I don't remember. I don't remember. Too stoned to remember that shit. But yeah, maybe.
Yeah. Again,
I probably was. I probably was like, "What's this?" Because I'd never got into anime and video games. Just didn't happen for me. But my kid was big time, Lauren, big time, like way too much in my opinion. But and I didn't, you know, I tried to curtail it, but I couldn't stop it entirely by that time. That pulling that artwork, I probably was like, yeah, it's kind of lame, man. And I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. How old were you there?
When 2003, I would have been 8.
Yeah. Okay. You probably weren't even really that up on video games yet, or were you?
No,
Yeah.
As a kid, I had like a half hour of screen time per day. So
Oh, okay. They watched out for you, which is probably
yeah,
a good thing.
I
In the end, I don't know. Who knows? But yeah, I like this album more than I thought I did. I don't hate it. I like some of the sound design of it, but I don't love it. And
mhm.
it is my lowest rated album of the bunch that we did. So
Yeah, yeah, that's kind of funny for you to say that. Like you like it more than you thought you did. I don't have enough time with these
right,
albums to
exactly. You're
go through
actually in
that
that.
yet.
You're more in that phase of did I like it or didn't I? You know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly. So
Yep.
who knows like what is going to happen to any of my feelings or ratings on these in the future apart
Yep.
from one album that we're still going to talk about. But I mean, I feel like when you I have listened to every single one of his albums now, so I feel sort of qualified to like judge it against everything else that he's put out. You know, I
Yep.
have a pretty good feel for his music at this point, I think. But yeah, this one is again kind of a mixed bag for me. New Killer Star is a pretty good song, a good opener. Kind of almost gives me like a Heroes era vibe
Yep.
with the
Yep.
rhythm and stuff.
Yeah, he kind of ripped himself off. I agree on that one. And it's interesting things going on in the production, but it feels like it drags a little until the chorus kicks in.
Yeah, the chorus though is really good. It's really catchy. Um,
Is that the right?
I can't remember, man. I again,
Da-na-na-na.
listened to,
I found a better way, new
yeah,
killer star. Yeah, I
yeah,
found
yeah,
a better way. Yeah, it's pretty.
right,
When that
yeah,
kicks in, it's cool. But when he's doing the verse, it seems like it should
right,
be moving a
yeah,
little
it
faster.
does. Yeah, that part in the chorus too, where he's like, "Ready, set, go," is kind of.
Yeah,
I mean, maybe a little bit cheesy, but it sounds cool too. But and again, like, yeah, I'm having kind of trouble pulling out like which songs are which for me because again, I binge
well,
listened all these
that's
albums too. It's like they get a
but
little
you know what?
mixed up,
The thing
but
about that is though that means they're probably not as good as songs. You know, unless
well,
you only listen to this one time, then I'd say, okay, well that might be it. But if you've gotten 3 listens or 4 listens in, you should at least pick up on, oh, something is catching my interest. So that's
mhm.
doesn't bode well.
The one thing that I have noticed is like I even though I'm not really a lyrics kind of guy, the lyrics
Yeah.
are what's helping me like refresh my memory of what the melody and stuff is because a lot of this stuff as great as the instrumentation and everything is the focal point on a lot of Bowie's songs is the vocals. So I can
Yes.
like
Yep.
pinpoint what it is when I hear the lyrics.
That's a great point you just made. I'm glad you said that.
And okay, this is one thing also that I didn't bring up last time and I wanted to bring up at some point this time, so I should do it before I forget. Like we don't even or me at least, I haven't even been talking that much about Bowie's vocals like in the last episode or this one that we're doing. It's just kind of a given. Like what do you even
I was just gonna
say?
say it's a given. What are you supposed to say about a guy that chameleon like can do so much? You can sound like Sinatra. There's a song on here I think I note here. Let me see. Hold on. Oh, it's on the next day. He does a
Okay.
track on here where he sounds just like Peter Murphy. Do you know Peter Murphy of Bauhaus?
Oh, a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah,
Not enough.
like he did that song, killer song, a bunch of years ago called "Cut You Up." He's got a real deep, resonant voice. It's like it cut you up, da, 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 you will see. How's that go? God damn it! I used to know the word. Da, 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 doo, 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 doo. It cuts you up. Oh, la 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 da, la 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 la. You ever hear that song?
That melody sounds really
Oh
familiar.
my
I think.
god, fucking godlike song. But it's weird because Bowie, being the younger guy, has always been in the shadow of the master, right? But weirdly, in this song Bowie does on his album, he almost tries to sound exactly like Peter Murphy. It's weird. I'll note it here. I'm trying to find. It's way down here.
I'll look that up later. Yeah, Bauhaus is a band I need to listen to more.
Here it
They're
is. Stars are out. The stars are
oh
only sleeping. Great tune off of Next
yeah,
Day.
love that.
Where he does a woo, 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 la, la, la. He sounds so much like Peter Murphy in there. And I know of that. Anyways, we're jumping off the right album here. Were you done
Yeah,
with reality? You were still going,
well,
right?
no. I was only on the first song still.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I just
Sorry.
I just wanted to bring up the point that like before I forget that I would say David Bowie is one of the greatest singers that the world has ever seen, to be
I
honest. Like his range from like just his like pitch range, his range in terms of delivery and
well
styles and
the,
tones
the
and
the
everything is just like
tonalities of it, the timbers.
crazy.
He can almost, he's not going to do death metal or he's not going to do black metal, but he could do
No, but
he practically can do everything else.
he
He,
honestly probably could have done that if he had wanted to.
what's
I mean,
that? Death metal.
metal
That would have
stuff.
been
Like
kind of,
you listen to
oh
some of
yeah,
the
metal, but I don't know about death metal.
well, I mean, he
That's a
if
tough
if he had wanted to, he probably could have done it
tried.
if he tried
Yeah.
it. Yeah,
All right, go ahead.
like
Hit your tracks.
anyway, we digress. But
Yeah.
wanted to say that before I forget because I feel like I'm not even mentioning his vocals.
No, that was. I'm super glad you did that. Like you said, you just it's Bowie. Like it's fucking Bowie. Like what
Exactly.
more do you have to say? That's like saying, that's like saying every album by Queen is really good because the vocalist is good, you know? Like it's fucking Freddie fucking Mercury, man. Of course it's good. What the fuck? Or Jeff Buckley. Yeah. That singer Jeff Buckley, he's not so bad. His vocals are really good on the second one. It's like, dude, it's motherfucking Jeff Buckley. Get the fuck out of here,
Yeah.
man.
Yeah. Anyway, back to reality.
Ah.
Pablo Picasso is a pretty cool song, honestly. I really like that one. Cool sax and keyboard motif in that one. And I really like that acoustic guitar break towards the end of that song that kind of takes us out. The Loneliest Guy, really like the clean guitar textures combined with the ominous piano in the opening. Honestly, that one reminds me of like solo Steven Wilson, kind of like Grace for Drowning era. The weird, like minor piano melodies and stuff.
Yep.
It's
Gotta say that's my favorite song on the album.
Yeah, it's really good.
Other than the last song.
I wrote down super effective in its simplicity. Like there's not a lot going on. It's mostly just piano and vocals.
But the vocals are amazing on it, and the atmosphere, the textures, the light bit of synth that's in the background. It's just adding to it's kind of menacing sounding, even though it's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like you said, kind of like maybe like a Grace for Drowning song or something.
Yeah, like that's a perfect way of describing a lot of the stuff on that album. Beautiful but menacing, but also kind of mellow. Not that a lot of that album is mellow, but the mellow parts even are still menacing. Looking for Water, that one's pretty cool too. Good driving rhythm and trippy guitar riff, super catchy chorus. Days is fairly basic, but it has some good melodies, like the recurring theme that which is like a bass synth or something like that, maybe. which actually I can't think of the melody right now, and maybe this is kind of like outside of your zone, but it reminds me of like early Gorillaz. I don't know if you are familiar with
I
them
do
at all.
not know the Gorillas. I don't know
Electronic
them.
hip hop kind of. I don't
They're
really
not.
know them well either.
They're
I've
not the
heard
one that
like
did that. That's not the one that did that. Woohoo! Da 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 da
no,
da. Is that
I
Blur?
don't think so.
Is that Blur?
That might be Blur.
You
I
know what I'm
can't.
talking about? I set the
Yeah,
motion. Da, da, da,
yeah.
da, da, da.
I know what song
Woohoo!
you're talking about. I can't
Yeah, I thought
remember.
that's who you were talking about. Yeah.
No, I I'm struggling to like think of a Gorillaz song right now. Like think of a melody or anything, but it's just like sounds like a little bit like that to me. And those guys were big like right around this time, I think. Fall Dog Bombs the Moon, which is another interesting song title. Cool bass line, and that one almost has some cool like almost like Cure-esque distorted guitar chords that come in.
Yeah.
Reminded me of like maybe like uh Pornography, or what's the next album with the gray cover?
Head on the Door.
It might be, yeah. I don't know. Just
Oh, you're
like
talking about Faith. That's the one
yeah,
before it.
maybe. I don't know. Something in that kind of era.
Yeah, yeah.
Be a little bit of that.
That's a good call. That's a good call.
Reality has a killer bass tone and riffing, but overall, not a whole lot else stands out about that song. Then you get Bring Me the Disco King. Piano chords and a jazzy drum beat make up the skeleton of this track. You know what? Okay, the piano playing in the intro of this, and it's kind of weird because just today at work, I was listening to your Steely Dan deep dive, but I noticed this before. The piano chords and stuff in the intro of Bring Me the Disco King reminds me of the Royal Scam, like the song. Totally. Yeah.
Yeah, that dun 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 dun.
Yeah, it's
dun,
not
dun,
as like it's not as rhythmic.
which is
It's
funny if you
more
think
like
about it. But if you think about it, I forget which one came out first, but Royal Scam was that 76 or 7?
I think
70.
76, yeah.
All right, 76. So dum 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 da 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 da. That was Fame a year before it.
That was
See what I'm saying?
okay.
Dun dun dun
I mean,
dun 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 dun.
that's a lot funkier, but yeah.
Yeah, it's a little
the
funkier,
melody
but
is
I'm just
more-
saying it. They're very similar.
I never
The
made that
melodies are similar there.
Yeah,
But
totally.
yeah, you're right. You're right about that. That's an interesting point to touch on there with him. And it's man, Disco King is such a fucking vibey, cool, loungy, smoky,
It is.
bluesy, soulful, gospel. It's kind of got it all going. It's such a cool song.
It is a really cool song. I do think maybe it could have been a little shorter, but that's a kind of a
That's a fair assessment. When you're mining a similar vein for 7 minutes, it can get a little bit,
but it's still a really cool song. I gave Reality overall, and I should say like in my previous deep dives that I've done with you, I've put notes down for every song.
Right.
Like it felt a little long-winded, so I kind of was picking out highlights for this.
You're gonna find the same thing with me here. As I got up in these albums, I didn't do every single track. Actually, only the first two, I think, or no, only the first two and Outside did I do kind of track by track. Actually, Outside I just riffed. The other ones I had like some little thing written down, but I used to pretty much script everything out I was gonna say. Now I'm like just a blurb and an idea because it's just too much for me to retain the way I'm feeling most days. So it's like, just get up there, do the best you can. Now, I've had 2 moments during this stream, I don't know if you noticed them, where I've kind of blanked out a little bit, like hard.
Wow.
Part of that's being stoned. I think I mentioned that. I'm stoned, a little bit. And the other part of that is I've been up since 4 a.m. So where are we at?
9:30 my time.
20, about 20 hours right now, right? So I'm pretty Yeah, I'm toasty, tired, stoned, and I really haven't eaten a whole lot because I'm trying to work on my diet a little bit, and so I'm kind of like a little bit. I got to that one point where I almost fell asleep. Like
Okay,
fuck,
well,
I'm falling asleep. So
we're
it's not
getting towards
you.
the end.
If anybody's watching this and is like, man, what the hell's the matter with this guy? I'm normally not this way, but I did smoke before we got on, and I've smoked a couple times during because I'm in a lot of pain, and so it's the only thing I can do that sort of helps, and it does make me sleepy though. That indica was it
Into couch.
into couch, yeah, locked into couch. No, indica, it's indica, the stuff that I get. So what did you
But
give
yeah,
it? What did you give it? What's your rating?
I was just gonna say, yeah, I'm not mentioning every song, so the songs I'm not mentioning on some of these albums are kind of just, I mean, they're not terrible or anything, but they just don't do a whole lot for me. So
Right. They're not
overall,
eventful.
yeah, overall, with the highlights that I mentioned and the other songs that I didn't mention, it's a 6.5
Ah,
for me. So,
you're higher than I am. Yeah, New Killer's solid. Like I said, it kind of drags until it gets to that I got a better way, New Killer style. Pablo Picasso is really cool. That's a
yeah.
cover of a Modern Lovers song. I really love the
Oh,
guitar on that.
okay.
It has a Heathens feel, like it's a little leftover or something, like it was a leftover, right? You know, but it doesn't. It's one of the better tracks on the album. Loneliest Guy is the best track on the album for me, other than Bring Me the Disco King. I love it. Other than that, man, it's not that much. Days is kind of an acoustic-y ballad. She'll Drive the Car. I can't remember that one, and I should. Fall Dog Bombs the Moon. Okay, not great, just okay. Try Some, Buy Some is a George Harrison song off of, is it Dark Horse, or I can't remember which album, second or third George Harrison album. And it's cool. It sounds a lot like the original in a lot of ways. Some, you buy some. Da, 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 da. That didn't bring much new to the song. And the Disco King, jazzy, killer, badass tune. My favorite, along with Loneliest Guy on this. Overall, this one might grow on me with repetition, but it's also probably one of my least favorite David Bowie albums. I'm giving it a 5.5 out of 10.
Oh, damn.
There we go. Moving on to the next to the last one here. We get to a weird period. Things get super, super, super quiet. For 10 years, Bowie goes, into the dark for about 10 years. He's got young kids. He's got millions of dollars because he did an IPO or some kind of currency-backed stocks or something like that that he sold in '97 for a shit ton of money. And then he did a lot of touring, a lot of really successful albums, and then he just took off. He just went dark for a decade, basically. This album comes out the next day, comes out March 8th, 2013. Here's the standard. I think it was 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, there's 15 tracks on a regular album, then 3 bonus tracks on this one. Gotta say, it's a little excessive. That's my one big knock on this album because I like it quite a bit. But that's the OG Digi. And then I don't know where I was, but one day I was out, I saw this, and I'm like, well, I gotta spend some money. So I looked at it and I'm like, oh, okay, what's this? So it's got the regular CD on it. It's got a DVD and a bonus CD with 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 tracks on it. Came out in the UK.
Just want to say, look at that amazing album cover.
Yeah. It's kind of, well, and who kind of stole from this?
I don't know.
The latest Porcupine Tree, maybe.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I can see that.
I mean, it's fucking direct rip of that, basically. I mean, homage. I'm sure I'm sure they'd say it's an homage.
They should have put it over like Signify or something.
Yeah, so this box set comes with a DVD and 2 CDs. There's another version that came out that was even more excessive. And it comes with this fucking booklet that has nothing. It's just empty pages, and then it says "you" on the back. Like, what? Okay. Then it has more artwork. Oh. Shit, come on, man.
I will say, I watched that Moon Age Daydream documentary.
I didn't get to it.
I will say it was pretty cool. Like, I don't know how much of the art in there was actually Bowie's, but like, I know he did
probably a lot of it.
A ton of art. Yeah.
He got into art. He's probably got millions in art. And then there's the DVD. So I've listened to the bonus CD a couple of times. I hate to say it, nothing on there was mind-blowingly good enough to go, oh, why is that not on the album? There might be 3 tracks out of the 12 that I'd have been like, yeah, I probably would have used these instead of those. But yeah, so this was released March 8th, 2013, as I said, recorded May 2011 through October 2012, recorded at the Magic Shop and Human Worldwide in New York City, out on David's label ISO in Columbia, produced by Tony Visconti, again, who's done the last 3 or 2, and Bowie, and then having retreated from public view after undergoing surgery for a clogged artery in 2004. It was his first studio release in 10 years. Co-produced by Tony Visconti, the album was recorded in New York City, featured contributions from session musicians, some of whom he had worked with in the past, like Gary Leonard, Earl Slick, who he'd worked with a lot, Gail Ann Dorsey, the bass player, Steve Ellison, Sterling Campbell, drummer, Zach Alford, drummer, I believe. Recording took place in secret. All personnel involved had to sign NDAs. You believe that? They had to sign non-disclosure. In other words, they're like, look, you're working with me. I'm paying you good. Don't talk about this to anybody. Don't sneak anything out because everybody thinks I'm done. I'm retired. I'm sick or whatever. I'm back.
And with the way the internet has been for the last decade or so too, like especially even in 2013, that was when tons of stuff was getting leaked early, and bands were having tons of trouble like with trying to not have that happen. Full albums were getting leaked before they wanted them released and all kinds of ridiculous stuff. So I can kind of understand that, I guess, but
yeah. Totally get it. Primarily an art rock album, The Next Day references Bowie's early glam and funk releases. The generally bleak lyrics draw from his reading of English and Russian history and examine themes of tyranny and violence. The cover art is an adapted version of Bowie's 77 Heroes by John Barnbrook, who placed a white square with the album's title over Bowie's face and crossed out the Heroes title. The album was released through blah, blah, blah. We did that already. The lead single, Where Are You Now, and announcement of the album were posted online on January 8th, 2013. I remember that, and I was pretty excited. Bowie's 66th birthday. 2013, I'd have been 47. There you go. Surprising fans and media who had assumed he had retired. Preceded by a viral marketing campaign, The Next Day topped charts worldwide and debuted at number 1 and 2 in the UK album charts and Billboard US. It was Bowie's first UK number 1 album since 1993 and his highest charting US album since 1976. Wow. Several singles accompanied with videos, outtakes, remixes, blah, blah, blah. Was praised by critics as best work in decades, placed on several year-end lists. Many reviewers were highlighted the vocal and musical performance and made positive comparisons to his earlier works, though some felt the album lacked innovation, was too long, which I do kind of feel it's a little long. Among the first surprise albums of the 2010s, The Next Day was included in the 2014 revised edition of the book, 1001 Albums You Must Hear Before You Die. Bowie was careful to keep the recording of the album secret, requiring NDAs. The Magic Shop ran with a skeleton crew of only 1 or 2 employees on days when Bowie was there. Bowie's label was also unaware of the sessions. Sony president Rob Stringer did not learn of the project's existence till October 2012 when he was invited to hear a few tracks. Almost done. Stereo manager and assistant engineer Kabir Herman recalled having a few close calls throughout recording. In 2011, King Crimson guitarist Fripp, who played on Heroes and Scary Monsters, posted on his blog about a dream he had in which he received an invite from Bowie to work on a new project. The post initially attracted public publicity despite Fripp having zero knowledge about Bowie's return to the studio. One of the new albums was officially announced. Once the new album was officially announced, claims that Fripp turned down an invitation to play on it were denied by the guitarist, who told the Guardian that he was not approached to contribute. Slick was also spotted by a cameraman outside the studio in 2012. There you go. So a lot of blah 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 blah. But there is the main version is 53 minutes plus 3 additional tracks, which makes it 57. The Japanese edition has one extra song. The Next Day Extra, which is what I just showed you right there, is 2 CDs and a DVD. And then there's oh, never mind. No, that's it. Yeah. So, and because I'm mentally ill and sick, I have to own both versions. Why, whatever.
What are the extra tracks? I only listen to it on Spotify, so like
it's all right.
It was 53 minutes.
Yeah, that's the basic version. That's right.
So She, Plan, and I'll Take You There. I haven't heard any of those.
Okay, that's all right. I can speak to him quick. Okay. Not much to say. Go ahead on this album.
Yeah, I really like this album, to be honest. I think there's a lot of diversity, maybe not as much as some of his albums, but it's really pretty solid front to back. There's a lot of good songs here. There are a lot of songs, but most of them are high quality. So, where are we? The Next Day, the first song, reminds me of the Berlin era. Way more energetic and inspired sounding than most of the last album. Tons of attitude in Bowie's delivery on this song. Dirty Boys kind of lives up to the name with a dirty, kind of staggering groove dominating the song. Pretty good one. The Stars Are Out Tonight. I can see why this one was chosen as a single. Super catchy and groovy, but kind of has like a spacey, ethereal kind of quality to it. Valentine's Day has some almost like country kind of guitar work in the intro. Jeff, are you a Nick Cave fan at all?
Oh yeah, I love him.
Okay,
have most of his shit. Have most of his stuff.
Okay, cool.
About half of
it. Do you know the song Nobody's Baby Now off of what album is that? 1992.
Is it off the first one?
No, it's Let Love In.
Oh yeah. Yep.
The guitar tone and the riff in the intro of Valentine's Day kind of reminds me a little bit of that song.
Yeah, that tangy Telecaster, man. That's so beautiful.
Twangy, but like crunchy at the same time. Yeah. And I like that like recurring lead that comes in after the chorus too.
Yeah.
Sick.
A lot of cool, sick chord voicings on that song. So cool.
Yeah.
It's in the way she loves. Sorry.
If you can see me, frantic and slightly anxious, but majestic at the same time. Some interesting kind of time signatures, not super complex, but just a little like not quite what you would expect. And cool tandem riffing on guitar and bass. Definitely one of the highlights on the album for me. I'd Rather Be High is another really good one. Revolves around a really catchy guitar hook.
Be high.
I'm trying to remember it right now.
I'd rather be high. I want to say
Rather
hi.
be flying.
Yeah.
Can't remember the guitar hook though.
I'm not remembering it either. Sorry.
Nice syncopated drum beat too.
Is
Another
that the one,
standout.
Love Me Tomorrow?
No,
That's a different song. Okay. I'm
I can't
struggling
remember
with my
what it is.
stonedness.
Yeah. Boss of Me, killer harmonies between the sax and guitar in this one. The bass work is like really awesome in that song too. Great use of rhythmic space in this song. Like there's a lot of just silence in between the drum
Yeah.
hits and everything in that one, but it works really
Great
well.
point. Great point.
Man, dancing out in space.
Cool track.
Man, that first like guitar part that comes in the it's like and then the bass comes in underneath.
Yeah.
Man, that's just like such a good melody, such a good groove to me. I feel like I could listen to that for hours.
You know what? You know Oasis, right?
Yeah, somewhat.
Okay, so if you took, this is what I said about that song. If you took Oasis and mixed it with My Bloody Valentine and added a little bit of spacey trip hop in there, that would be that song.
I still need to listen to My Bloody Valentine.
Ah,
they're on the list.
the
You know?
the shoegaze kings, man.
Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna have to bump them up the list, I think.
That's one to put on the headphones and fall asleep to.
Yeah, maybe I'll do that tonight. In fact, but yeah, the way the guitar sways and kind of floats over the changing bass notes underneath is just like amazing in that song. And there's something in that. There's the backing vocals in the chorus remind me of something. I can't put my finger on the song. It's a 70s Bowie song that I can't think of right now. Anyway, You Will Set the World on Fire. Great heavy guitar riff in that one. Powerful drumming, which is kind of juxtaposed by a super catchy chorus. Another awesome song. And then Heat is an interesting way to end the album. Pretty mellow and atmospheric. Yeah. Just like totally hypnotic.
Yeah, I didn't expect that.
Yeah. But it's pretty cool.
Cool track. It's a cool track. It's just kind of a weird. It leaves you feeling like you're hanging a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, I don't mind that, to be honest. It's kind of it almost makes me want to just start the album again.
Where are you going to go on this one?
I'm doing an 8. Easy 8 for me.
We're close. Yeah. Really good album, but I do remember when I got it. This thing keeps falling down. I'm not real thrilled with that. Sorry, hang on a minute. I have a clip on. Oh, there. That's why. Oh, might want to use the bottom of the lip there. Sorry about that, people. You fucker, man. Sorry, I'm having serious stress here. Sorry. Bear with me. All right, here we go. Where am I at here? Yeah, Stars Are Out, man. Oh, wait. There's 2 other tracks that started out. I'm not crazy about those first 2 tracks, man. I like them, but I don't love them. They don't stick with me hard. It doesn't really hit me until Stars Are Out and the next sequence of songs. Stars Are Out, man. Super cool, very Bowie-esque. Has that kind of China girl vibes, sort of, kind of like, almost like I don't know the name. I think this might be a Pretenders song, but do 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 no do 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 do. It's Stones, right? Under My Thumb. It's got that vibe in the sequencing of the synths and the beat, and star, whoo, 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 Stars are only sleeping. It's just such a cool, and the guitar
Yeah,
work on it.
it is.
The guitar work is killer on there, man. Love I it sounds like Earl Slick, but I fucking
It might
totally
be.
love that track. What's that?
I said it might be. Didn't he play on this
Yeah,
album?
yeah, I think yep. And that, and also this is the one where he tries to get the Peter Murphy thing going. Love is Lost, super groovy, bubbling track, lots of energy, cool guitar in the background. Sounds like an Earl Slick song. Totally fucking dig this track. Where are we now? Where are we now? We now. I love the line. Just walking the dead. It's like when he does that. Da, 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 da. Just walking the dead. Where are we now? I love this song, man. It's such a beautiful, sad, lonely kind of track.
I don't
It's a
know why I
classic.
didn't. I don't know why I
Huh?
didn't write anything about that one. Now that you're singing it again, I'm just like, yeah, that is great. But for
Fucking
some
great.
reason, I didn't write it down.
Valentine's Day, another great track off this album. Love that song, man. Killer, quasi rockabilly country, but it rocks hard. Love the twang, even the surf guitar in it a little bit. Lyrics are weirdly great, but nonsensical. Mostly, unless he's talking about a kid and a school shooter. I wasn't sure what that was about, but down on Valentine. Billy, what's it? Billy, not Billy. Was it Billy?
No,
What's the
it's
guy? Huh?
Valentine. His name, the
Valentine.
character's name
Yeah,
is Valentine.
You're right. Valentine lost it one today. And it's down Valentine's Day. It's memorable. Once I need another listener or two to get every single note down, but it's super memorable.
Yeah, it's in his tiny face. It's in his scrawny hands.
Yeah, you wonder if it's a gun, right?
Valentine knows it all. He's got something to say. It's Valentine's Day,
Meaning
which is
he's got something in his hands and his face. It sounds like
yeah.
he's got a gun. That's what
It's
it sounds like to me.
not at all what you would think by looking at the title of the song, which is kind
Not
of
at all. Yeah,
a
not at
cool way
all.
to do it.
I'd rather be high. Love that song. I'd
Yeah.
rather be high. I'd rather be high. I'd rather be high. Great song, man, and it's a cool way to segue from the verse into the chorus on that one. I just really love that one. Dancing in Space, like you said, trippy, good time, sort of Oasis meets My Bloody Valentine. Super trippy, but driving hard. A good driving song. Set the World on Fire as a motherfucking rocker. It's more like a stripped down Ziggy song or Man Who Sold the World track. Love it. Super fucking heavy, man. Heat's a weird, trippy, dippy, downbeat ending, but very cool, experimental. This album, I recall not liking much at all initially, but with more listens, it moved up pretty high in my rankings and faves of the latter era. And one of my faves of the latter era. I'm going to give it a solid 0.775. I could even go with an 8 on it. There's some throwaway stuff on the bonus disc and one or two throwaway tracks on the main album, but generally speaking, it's a Bowie album that has a lot of variety. It has a lot of variety that keeps your attention, that keeps your focus, and gives you enough of those bells and whistles and sweet little earworms, and you're just like, yeah, I'm gonna stick around for the ride. Why wouldn't I? It's Bowie.
It's cerebral.
Yeah, and but I mean that's kind of how I look at it. It's like, well, in his career of 26 albums, he's put out maybe 3 that are one. It's the weird of the time thing. One's kind of the times too, but he went too far with it. And the other one is borderline. Is it bad or is it kind of just okay? Just not, the hit ratio is 80-85%. That's rare, But
I did want to ask, what's on the DVD that came with your version? Is it like a video DVD or is it like 5.1 mixes?
No, it's a video. It's videos for Where Are We Now, The Stars Are Out Tonight, the next day, and Valentine's Day. So it's whatever was on Much Media or whatever it was, whoever was MTV, whatever. I mean, they stopped showing music videos very quickly, but in the day back in the day. You know, they did it for a couple years, and I was like, oh, we can make more money showing half naked girls in bikinis at some crib house. Oh yeah, of course we got to do that. You know, fuck
David
the
Bowie
music.
Bowie probably would have posed half naked in a bikini.
Probably at that time, probably.
No, it
All
wouldn't
right,
get as
man.
many viewers though.
Miller High Life have brought my premature slumber. There you go. All right, I'm going to. Oh, yeah, very diverse album. Lots of David Bowie tropes and vibes here, and they're explored, but they're always done with a new twist and artistic diversions that made him infinitely fascinating to me. All right. Wait a minute. What the fuck just happened there? Oh, what? Oh, here we are. We're at Black Star. Yeah. Okay. Sorry, I got confused there for a minute. The OG, I don't know whether I was out and happened to just see this or, okay, this came out in 16. So I probably saw it on whatever music online thing, and I probably got this from Amazon. I'm just guessing. I may have gone out somewhere, but I doubt it because I stopped doing that. But yeah, last album. Unfortunately, 3 days after that album came out, January 11th, I think it is, David Bowie died of liver cancer that he'd been treating since 2016 or 2014. Sorry. Maybe even been a little earlier than that. Now that I think of it. Is it 2012 or 2014? I should look that up. I'll find out for you. Huh?
I can look it up.
Yeah, see when he was diagnosed with cancer, because now I think it was like 2012 now for some reason. But I could be wrong. Maybe it was 14. It was recorded between May and January of 2015. The Magic Shop and Human Worldwide in New York City. ISO, Columbia, Sony. David Bowie and Tony Visconti. 26th and final studio album by English musician David Bowie. The album was primarily recorded in secret between the Magic Shop and Human Worldwide studios in New York City with Bowie's longtime producer Tony Visconti and a group of local jazz musicians, saxophone Donnie McCaslin, pianist Jason Linder, bassist Tim Lefevre, I believe, and drummer Mark Guglielmi, guitarist Ben Monder joined the ensemble for the final session, while James Murphy of LCD Sound System contributed percussion. The album is more experimental than its predecessor, The Next Day, combining rock with different styles of jazz. For the album, Bowie took inspiration from electronic groups such as Boards of Canada, which is cool. You know how much I love them, as well as hip-hop artists such as Kendrick Lamar and the Death Grips. The album contains re-recorded versions of two songs, Sewer and A Season of Crime, 'Tis a Pity She Is a Whore, both of which were originally released in 2014. It was preceded by the singles Black Star, Lazarus, both of which were supported by music videos. The album cover, designed by Jonathan Barnbrook, features a large black star with 5 segments at the bottom that spell out the word Bowie. 2 days after its release, Bowie died of liver cancer. The illness had not been revealed to the public until then. Visconti described the album as Bowie's intended swan song and a parting gift to his fans before his death. Upon release, the album was met with critical acclaim and commercial success. This kind of blows my mind because this was only 7 years ago, and things have changed radically since then. But it's the only Bowie album to top the U.S. Billboard 200. The album remained at the #1 position on the UK album charts for 3 weeks. It was the 5th best-selling album of the year worldwide and been certified gold and platinum. And I read somewhere that, where did I see that? Fuck. They sold 1,900,000 of these. Oh, kind of crazy in an era when, you know, physical media has been dying. So pretty cool. And it won a Grammy for Best Alternative Music Album. Best Engineered Album, Best Recorded. Interesting. British Album of the Year. Nice. All right, what do you guys think of this one here? What do you think of this one, dude?
Yeah, I was just trying to show some of this. It's kind of cool that it's kind of hard to read, but like all the text in here is like black, shiny black on matte black, which is an interesting way to do it.
It's like spot gloss on top of the
Yeah.
gloss underneath.
It's like obviously very intentional. Whereas like some albums you get them and it's just like a terrible choice that no one realized. It's like dark red with like black on top, and you can't see it, but it's not probably not intentional. And
no, this is cool that he did it this way. I think it's really badass, actually.
And the vinyl is cool too. The vinyl has like a cutout of. It's basically this white part is black, and then it's just this is a hole in the middle, a star-shaped hole where you can see the elements.
Yeah. I saw one. I saw one. Somebody I know has it. I think Rick has it or something like that.
Also, one other kind of cool thing is I know you've been on Rate Your Music sometimes.
Oh yeah.
I have an account on there too, and every album that I've encountered has gold stars where you like click the little thing to rate it out of 5 stars.
Right.
This one has black stars for the rating.
Oh, does it?
Yeah.
So that's cool. I didn't even. I probably looked at that and never took notice of that. It's pretty cool. How about that?
Yeah.
All right, we'll rip into it, man.
Okay. So this was actually the first David Bowie album that I ever heard.
Oh man.
Because it's kind of crazy. I had heard
setting the bar high, but at the same point in time, kind of a mega haunted experience, right?
Mm-hmm. And I had heard the whole thing about how he passed away like 2 or 3 days after this came out and all that. And I was like, well, that's crazy. It's probably a cool album and whatever. But at that point I had heard the hits, I had heard, oh my God, I'm not even stoned. Jesus.
What were you saying?
The hits. What's the fucking...
Oh, Changes?
Song.
Changes 1?
No, his best known song. Oh my God.
His best known song?
Yeah.
Oh, God.
Here are we sitting in a space... fuck. Tin Can.
Oh,
Space Oddity. Jesus Christ.
Space Oddity, yeah.
Yikes.
I don't think that's his most successful song, but go ahead.
Anyway, well, okay, I had heard that, and I had heard, probably Changes and, Ziggy Stardust and a couple other ones, the hits, and I was like, oh, yeah, these are cool songs, but I had never actually sat down and listened to a David Bowie album. And so, the one time I was going to school in Cranbrook, BC, which is kind of a small city. It's probably like 10, 20,000 people. And I was just bored the one day, didn't know anyone there or anything. So I was just like sitting in my room listening to music. And I was like, you know what? I want to go buy a CD or something. So I went to Walmart and they had this sitting there. And I was like, okay, I've heard good things about this. And I've never listened to David Bowie, so I'll just buy it. And I did. And I snuck out the back window or the back door to go smoke my pipe in the woods behind the campus. And I came back in to my room, laid on my bed, stared at the ceiling, and just put this on my headphones. I actually had to go buy from a thrift store. I had to buy like a CD Walkman because I had nowhere to play a CD.
Yeah.
And I could have just streamed it, I guess, looking back now. I could have just streamed it off YouTube or whatever. But I wanted to play the CD because I had just bought it. So I just like laid on my bed and stared at the ceiling and listened to this album. And it
How were you? 20 what? 20, 21?
I would have been in 2017, so I would have been 23, I guess. I think
Okay.
if my math checks out.
22, 23,
Or,
yeah.
22 probably, yeah, 22,
Yeah.
23.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Cool. That's
Yeah.
I mean, again, that's setting the bar high, man.
yeah, and this album just kind of blew my mind instantly. I mean, I'm thinking back, I may have listened to the title track. I may have watched the music video for it first. I can't remember whether I watched that on YouTube or whether I watched it after I heard the album, but that song is just a trip. I mean, you get those eerie guitar arpeggios to start things off, and the synths come in, and that weird syncopated drum beat, and the crazy, deranged, almost harmonies on the vocals. I want to sing it, but I don't think I should because it's not going to do it justice. I mean, Bowie's vocal performance on this entire album is amazing still. The fact that he was, 69 years old or 68 years old and dying of cancer, and he put in this amazing of a performance is just like
Stunning.
amazing.
Stunning.
But yeah, that whole first section, I still don't really know the meaning of the lyrics. They're pretty weird and cryptic.
Yeah, they're super bizarre.
Just that whole section too. That part. Oh, at the center of it all.
In the center of it all.
Eyes. And it's just like, and then that little thing.
Yeah.
So good.
Very, 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 very cinematic. Big time.
Yeah, absolutely. And then that middle section that you get, something happened on the day he died.
Yeah.
That whole part.
I'm a black
star. I'm a black star. I couldn't. Sorry.
I'm a
I
black star, not a white. What's he say? I'm a black star, not a rock. Oh yeah, I'm a black star, not a rock star. I'm a black star, which I don't even know what that. I still don't even know what it means.
Yeah,
Cryptic.
I don't know.
I didn't look that stuff up.
Absolutely.
Sure, there's a million theories.
Jeff's singing condition is contagious. It seems like.
Yeah.
I tried to stop myself, but anyway.
Look what I did to you.
Yeah. He switches it up. It's sort of like a chorus, but he switches up the lyrics every time. And then you get that that weird kind of swaggering groove. I can't answer why. Just go with me. I'ma take you home. Take your passport and shoes and your sedatives, boo. All that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Crazy. And then the way it transitions back into the original section where it kind of hints at it. He's like, I'm a black star, I'm a black star. And then you get that ooh, kind of spooky melody again. But then it stays in that other place for a little bit and hints at it, and then it drops back into it, but it's more of a simplistic beat instead of the syncopated one from the beginning. It's just so effective and masterful the way that it's written. It's just it's probably one of my favorite songs of all time. It's hard to talk about, to be honest. I didn't actually write any notes for this. This is the first time I've talked about a song on any one of the deep dives that we've done where I didn't write any notes because I know that song pretty well. Anyway, 'Tis a Pity She Was a Whore is just raunchy and crazy and unhinged, but also it's very intelligent the way the lyrics are and everything. It's kind of it's sleazy and greasy, but also like not exactly what you would think the first time you hear it. And just some crazy sax playing. The outro where he's just like yelling and screaming is just like, I don't know, crazy. Um, Lazarus is stunningly beautiful, amazing vocal performance on that song. Another fantastic sax solo, and the way it breaks down at the end slowly with those picked guitar chords and that one kind of ringing out guitar note, that distorted part, and that's what it ends on, but everything slowly collapses around it. It's just so cool. Sue, or In a Season of Crime, another crazy, cool syncopated drum beat, cool heavy guitar riffs, synth swells and stabs. Really cool, unique vocal melodies in this one. And
Yep.
then it's got those breaks where it I'm trying to think of the riff. It's got a really cool riff that comes in at like a minute and 20 seconds. It's a very similar riff, but it's even like heavier, kind of, only for a few seconds. And then at 3 minutes and 10 seconds, where it just drops into that crazy, like almost breakbeat kind of thing with that bass, that like bubbling bass underneath and stuff. Super heavy and awesome. Girl Loves Me is, it's hard to equate or compare that song to anything that I've heard. Like, I haven't listened to a lot of modern experimental hip hop and stuff. You were talking about Kendrick Lamar and Death Grips and stuff like that. I don't have much experience listening to that kind of stuff. So maybe this is inspired by some of that, but like this song doesn't sound like anything I've heard. There's so much half the lyrics are like,
Girl Loves Me.
yeah, half the lyrics are like gibberish almost.
Yeah, they are.
Just
They're da 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 da. Mom no
completely
Joe.
nonsensical.
Girl who
Yeah.
loves me. Yeah. Yeah. Where to go? What's the one line in there? Where the fuck
Yeah.
did Monday go? And you're like,
I love
what?
the way he like
Oh
flips to
yeah.
his falsetto at the very end though. Where the fuck did Monday go? He just like,
Oh yeah, he
just
does the
so
he
effective
does the yelp. Yeah. Yeah, I
at the
love
end
that
of
song. It's
every
probably
song.
might be my favorite on the album, weirdly.
It's
It's
so
just so
sick.
different.
And the way like when you get 2/3 of the way through the song, the drums start to kind of tone it back, and the synths in the background just start going up and up
Yeah.
and up, and it feels
Yep.
like you're ascending like into the sky or something.
The pantheon of the gods.
Yeah, and then suddenly it just drops back down to earth and drops in hard back into that groove, and it's just so satisfying. Dollar Days, super effective use of acoustic guitar on that one, and another great sax solo. Really love the like slowly building intensity from the electric guitar in the last couple minutes of the song, to like it just kind of keeps building it up and up, and then finally culminates in that one like high sustained note that just rings out, and then it drops into the beat for the last song. Flows right into it, which is, I can't give everything away, probably one of the most majestic songs Bowie ever wrote, in my opinion. Just the vocals, the vocal melody, and you can feel what he's singing in this song. Like it just gets me. The guitar and the sax are also great. And I love the way that the ending, everything just kind of dissipates into the ether and it's just over, and that's it. And yeah, that's the last album. And it's a 10 out of 10 for me.
Wow. Look at you.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, it's the first one I heard, and it blew my mind, and I still love it to this day. So
yeah, I remember, like I said, I don't remember whether I saw something on line about it. I probably did a few months before. Well, I know. No, this one was kept really secret right up to the last minute. I think I either saw it sitting in a record shop, like out at the mall, or something on my phone popped up in my, in 2017 or 16 in my search history for Amazon or something. If you like this, you'll like this, that kind of thing. And I remember seeing it and thinking, really? Doing another album? I thought he was done again. And I approached it with a little bit of skepticism because while I liked the next day, I wasn't sold that something a year later was going to be any good. But I was pretty blown away. I picked it up because I buy everything Bowie, and I threw it in the car. And man, right away I'm like, oh, this is pretty fucking rad. Obviously, Black Star is just this amazing gospel prog rock. Indie alt synth
electronic
movie sound score.
Yeah, it's just,
and a little bit of whatever else in there, or there's something really wrong here. So I'm trying to see what else is here. Hold on. Yeah, I mean, "'Tis a Pity," man, is a really kick-ass, wild, and almost like free jazz. It's almost like a free jazz song. It's fucking cool as shit. I love it, right? And then we already sang some of Black Star. Help me with Lazarus real quick. What's the first line? Sitting, is that sitting?
Look up here, I'm in heaven.
Oh,
I've got scars that can't be seen.
Yeah, so that's the hey man, I'm up here in heaven. That's right. Yeah. Just a heavy song, man. It's him facing death in that video, artistically speaking, and he knew he was dying for quite a while. Did we determine when he was first? Was it 2012?
It sounded like mid 2014.
Okay, 14. Then that's it. Yeah.
So it had like a year and a half, basically.
Yeah. But it's Sue, a Season of Crime. It's such a unique song title. Sue.
Yeah.
Like, I'm gonna sue you, or sue a girl. Which one is it?
Oh, I never.
Could be both. Right? Killer, jazzy, kind of frenetic, sort of driving track. We talked about "Girl Loves Me." That's where the Monday go. Look, yeah, fucking brilliant song, man. Dollar Days, that's a good tune too, man. It's an upbeat rocker. It's got enough pep to it. It's good fun. It's got a memorable refrain. The only song I'm not that 100% keen on is "I Can't Give Everything Away." I like the song, but I do feel it moves really slow, and it's long too, at almost 6 minutes. So I like it. I'm just saying it's down the scale a little bit for me. So Bowie's final statement, although when these guys die, they never really die, right? Like Jimi Hendrix, there's 9 million albums by him. Everly Brothers, all those, but they just never die. They don't go to rest, But this album is somewhat haunted for obvious reasons, but it's a pretty stunning swan song and final statement. Every track feels vital, but if I had to drop one, it would be the last one. Great tune, but lesser than the others. I'm going a 9.5 out of 10 for this.
Nice.
So we're close. I wasn't going to go any lower. Probably should be more like a 9.75. And the only reason I deduct a little bit is that one song I'm just not sold on it like maybe other people are. Yeah, man. So we got through 2 sections of the thing. Did you want to say some stuff about some of the early albums?
Well, we could touch on the No Plan EP, or I could say a little bit about it.
What's that? We could do what?
No Plan EP. I'll just
Oh, yeah, go ahead. You want to talk about that quick?
mention
Yep,
that a
sorry.
little bit. Yeah, so it's only got 4 songs. It came out I think exactly a year after his birthday. I want to say a year after he it's crazy, like it was his birthday and then the album came out and then he passed away all within like 3 days or something.
Right.
Kind of thing. And so this was on, I think, the anniversary. It would have been his 70th birthday that it came out. And yeah, I mean, it's definitely worth checking out. You should give it a listen when you have a chance. No Plan is a really cool song. It's like, it's pretty mellow, but it's just got this weird vibe to it that's what I wrote down is the perfect duality between lyrics and music. The title of the song, No Plan, kind of sums up what the lyrics are about. It's my favorite line of the song too is where he sings, "This is not quite yet." And he's describing basically dying and still not knowing what is going to happen after he dies, right? I mean, I've heard that he was somewhat of a Christian, but I don't know how deep he was in it. I know he was into a lot of different ideologies and stuff throughout his life. And anyway,
I don't know.
Yeah. But at this song
I think he was Christian, but I'm not entirely sure about that.
But this song kind of still shows that he wasn't quite sure what was gonna happen afterwards.
Yeah.
I mean, no one really knows. And the music kind of perfectly encapsulates that too. It's got these weird guitar textures and stuff that just sound unsure themselves in a musical sense, which is pretty cool. And then it's got one thing I should have maybe mentioned. It was actually the music on this EP was actually written apparently for for Bowie's off-Broadway musical Lazarus, which I don't know. I guess that was performed at some point. And this was supposed to be part of the official soundtrack. So they were recorded in the same sessions as Black Star anyway.
Yeah. I'm not sure about that. That I missed.
Yeah, so other than that, it's got a version of Lazarus, which is, as far as I can tell, exactly the same as the one on Black Star. And it's got Killing a Little Time, which is like almost a metal song. It's super heavy, distorted, harmonized guitars. And yeah, really intense song, super cool. And When I Met You, which is, it's kind of got this weird bouncy kind of rhythm to it. It's almost got like a naive kind of feeling to it. It's really, I don't know how to describe it. It's an interesting song. It's not one of my favorite ones, but overall, yeah, anybody who likes the last couple albums should definitely give this EP a listen, I would say. It's absolutely worth it. Yeah. So that was the last release of original material, as far as I can tell, other than, what was that? compilation we were talking about the other day.
Yeah, I'm gonna show a couple of those things quick, and then I'll let you talk about the last. Hold on a minute.
I'm gonna run off just for a minute. I'll be right back.
All right, sorry about that, guys. I had to answer a text that was important. So I'll show you this. This came out compilation. I have some other Bowie stuff that I think is still boxed up. So I may show some more Bowie stuff in the future if I run across. But this is called All Saints. Came out in 2000. 99 looks like. I think a 98 or 99. This is all of the Berlin and post-Berlin 80s into the early 90s soundtracky material, or synth textured stuff. So you got stuff like Moss Gardens and V2 Schneider and Sons of the or not Sons of the Silent Age, because it's all instrumentals. Trying to think of tracks off of the albums. I'm blanking. Tell me, I cannot remember. Oh, Subterraneans or Warzall, whatever. Subterraneans, I think, is one. Fuck, man, I can't believe it. Oh, they're on here. What the hell's the matter with me? A New Career in a New Town. V2 Abdulmajid, that's on Lodger. Weeping Well, that's the one I was trying to remember, man. All Saints, Art Decade from Low, Crystal Japan, which is an unreleased track, which was on, it was a B-side of the single that I'm not going to remember what it was. Anyways, Crystal Japan's really, really cool. Brilliant Adventure from Reality, I believe. Sense of Doubt, man, one of my favorites off of Heroes, Sense of Doubt. Moss Garden, another killer one. New Colm, The Mysteries, which is off of Buddha. Ian Fish off of Buddha. Subterraneans, there it is. And then Warzawa, and there's a 12-minute Some R track on here. I forget who it is. It might be Bowie and Eno, I think. Kind of doing a jam, I think it is. It's a long time since I listened to it. Let me see. What does it say? It says the Low Symphony. So it was 1992. Oh, taken from the Philip Glass Low Symphony. So it must be a Bowie song that Philip Glass, Brian Eno, and they all worked on together. And it's cool if I remember it correctly. This is cool, where you can have all of the soundtracky, synthy, ambient coolness all in one package there. So that's that one. Rick got.
You know what's kind of interesting? Like I didn't know. I don't know if this is interesting, but to anyone else, but it's interesting to me. Before I even knew that comp existed, and I still haven't listened to that. I kind of made a playlist.
Yeah.
Of ambient tracks that he did, even just the stuff from like Low and Heroes. If you put it all together, you have basically like 35-40 minutes of ambient stuff, which is cool to listen to all in a row.
Yeah, very great driving music. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So last year, Record Store Day. Yeah, I think it was last year. Yeah, it was. Rick picked these up for me. The Brilliant Adventure EP, 4-track EP, and then the Toy 4-track EP. Now, since then, or around that time, I think they released the Toy album, the full thing, and it was in a box set, but I think they've singly released it now too. Hate to say it, I have not picked that up, and I've not really gone crazy about picking up these box sets that come out from Bowie anymore because I have 1, 2, 3, 4. I have like 5 box sets already. I know there's still
Just for
material out
Bowie?
there. Huh?
Just for Bowie?
Yeah, and then I'm missing New Career in
You're
a New
crazy.
Town, and there's another one that came out later with the Berlin stuff. So I didn't get them because I already have multiple versions, and the only thing I would have gotten was Japanese minis, and yeah, they're expensive, man. Those sets are probably 150, 180 right out of the gate, and I just don't want to spend money on like that on packaging. But these actually, there is a toy box has a lot of music that was repurposed into other things and stuff like that, but it was never released before, so I got that one I'm thinking about. I wouldn't mind having the Hunky Dory sessions either.
That one, the toy one that you were just talking about
The EP.
was released separately, it looks like.
Yeah, last year, right?
Last year it looks like. You can get it on cassette. Most of the cheapest copies are on cassette on Discogs, but you can get it for like $20-$30 on CD too.
For an album or a cassette?
For a CD. Oh, that's just the 12 tracks though. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a bunch of different versions of it, it looks like.
Yeah, there is, and that's the thing, man. I hate to say it.
I don't know about that album. That album cover is freaking weird too.
But that, Bowie's been dead now for 7 years almost.
Yeah,
he has been 7 years. Anyways, they're still, just coming up with all these insanely expensive creative packaging and creative things. Hey, look who's here.
Wow.
Mr. Rick decided to grace us with his presence.
What's up, Rick?
We're getting ready to wrap up, Rick. But we're going to wrap up in a couple minutes, Rick. If you want to jump on, we won't go live or anything. If you want to just hang out for a few minutes, you're probably getting ready to go to bed. But anywho, he said, I'm almost an atheist, King Igor. Okay. Well, that still leaves the door open, a tiny crack, man. That hairline crack. Seeing as how I am actually, that's in my future soon. I think about that all the time. Do I have a crack there or not? I don't think I do. A crack to the atheist versus agnostic versus believer. So anyway, I'm getting onto my personal thing.
You're talking to Kelly Schaefer soon, right? Aren't you talking to Kelly Schaefer soon?
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah.
You love atheist, right? So.
I do love atheist. Yeah. Here's another. This is the Storytellers Live. I think it's acoustic mainly. Has a DVD and bonus performances of Survive, I Can't Read, Always Crashing in the Same Car, If I'm Dreaming My Life, Life on Mars, Rebel, Thursday's Child, Can't Help Thinking About Me, China Girl 7, Drive-In Saturday, Word on a Wing. Pretty good set list there. Nice package here. I think I got it for like, I don't know, $5, something like that. And then lastly, Bowie at the Beeb, which is limited edition, includes extra disc featuring Bowie at the BBC 2000. So 3 CDs there. A lot of old demos, stuff like London by Tata or Silly Boy Blue or Janine or In the Port of Amsterdam. Man, I'm surprised I'm pulling these. Oh, and my favorite of all, Unwashed and Somewhat Slightly Dazed. Great fucking track, man. Great track. Memory of a Free Festival. Yeah, a lot of good ones on here, man. A lot of
When's that from?
When?
Yeah, it says right on the front.
Yeah, 2000.
No, the concert though.
Oh, the concert is hold on. London, June 27, 2000.
Okay. Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, because this came out in 2000, end of 2000. And it's got like, all the it ain't easy. What a great song, man.
That one was a cover?
Strange Fascination. What's that?
Did you know It Ain't Easy is a cover?
Do I know how to play it or what?
I said, did you know it was a cover?
Oh no, yeah, I did know that. Yep.
Yeah.
I did actually know that. Yeah. What else is on here? 5 years, 5 years. Queen Bitch is on here. Ziggy, hang on to yourself. And Suffragette City, Ziggy, Starman. Changes. Oh, you pretty things. Andy Warhol. God damn, every great song is on there, man. And they're all Bowie at the BBC sessions. So they're different. They're live in studio. So they're going to be relatively quite different from an official thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Not to
So
mention, like,
that's a cool one to have. And generally, you can usually find them out there pretty easily.
this is there's one one other one we were talking about. Oh, I can't really see that. It's pretty bad, but we were talking
What's
about
that?
this the other day. Divine Symmetry.
Oh yeah.
From last year as well, which has a lot of. I didn't get a chance to listen to it. I ran out of time, but it's got a lot of demos and stuff of songs that never made it onto albums. Quite a few songs, anyway. Some of them did, but you got Tired of My Life, How Lucky You Are, Shadow Man, Looking for a Friend, version of Waiting for the Man, King of the City, Right On Mother. I don't know. Like, I've never heard any of those songs. So I'm going to definitely give that a listen. It sounds interesting. One other thing I did want to mention is Human and Falafel in the comments brought up an interesting point, like talking about Prince being the most exploited musician in terms of
That's good. Yeah.
It's kind of a weird thing, you know, posthumous releases. Like, from a fan's perspective, of course, you want to
We
hear
want to
all that
have
stuff.
everything. Yeah, we
Exactly.
want all that stuff.
It's intriguing. It's cool, and you're not gonna think any less of that musician because of some maybe mediocre stuff that they recorded that never got released. But at the same time, who knows? There's no way to know whether they would have ever actually wanted that to be released, right?
That's
If
true.
they,
Yeah.
talking about these musicians who had a multi-decade career
Careers,
and never recorded that stuff 40 or 50 years before they died and decided to never release it, that probably means that they probably weren't ever planning to, right? So it's kind of a weird thing, but
Hard to know. Yeah, it's hard to know.
so cool from
And
a,
I get it. You know, you're as a hardcore fan of something like that, you really want everything, but at some point in time, like, you know, if you're a Beatles collector, a Bob Dylan collector, a Frank Zappa collector, how the fuck are you possibly going to own everything unless you are independently wealthy beyond who fucking cares? I can buy whatever I want whenever I want, you know.
Well, should we do our ranking?
Let's do it. Yeah. I'm sorry that I got a little sort of blamzo tonight, but I really needed it to get through it. But not because of you, because of just all kinds of issues that are starting to pound the living shit out of me. Anyway, so we decided we're going to be rather dangerous here.
Yep.
And we're going to rank the whole 26 album catalog. Hang on one sec. Sorry, Rick's got to get up at 6 o'clock. Come on, man. Cut it out. Only get 2 hours sleep, man. I'm just kidding. Totally kidding. All right. What do you got at number 26, sir?
Okay. Number 26, I have David Bowie.
67?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, it's okay. None of these albums are terrible. I did listen to part of that one again today at work. It's, you know, it's not bad. It's fine for what it is. It's kind of a Baroque pop, kind of psychedelic.
Yeah, it's Baroque
Uh,
English pop
yeah, but
with a
at
with a
that
little bit
time,
of psych. Yeah,
yeah, and it's not bad. It's not bad.
ah,
But
that's
the
not
thing
awful.
is, if I'm gonna listen to David Bowie, I'm not gonna pick that. And if
Exactly.
I'm gonna listen to 60s pop stuff, I'm gonna listen to the Kinks or the Beatles or the Who or Donovan or Scott Walker or
Yep.
whatever. I'm not gonna listen to this album, to be honest.
Yeah.
I might listen to it once or twice more in my life, but it's not something I'm gonna go to often at all. So yeah, I rated all of these.
You gave that more description than you needed to. you were
The
trying
five.
to you're trying to justify. Hang on.
Oh,
You're trying to justify why you put it last. It's okay.
yeah.
Something
Well,
has to be there, right? Something has
one
to be
other
there.
thing I should say
And
is
here,
Bee
this will
Gees.
make you feel good. This will make you feel good. My number 26 is Bowie 67.
Yeah.
It's an okay little pop record, but it's listen to it twice, maybe 3 times. Forget about it.
Just listen to the Bee Gees instead. Early
They're
Bee
better.
Gees.
They're way better.
Exactly.
Yep. All right. Number 25.
Pinups.
There you go.
Yeah. I honestly, okay, I've heard this album twice now. The first time was maybe 3 years ago, and I thought it was pretty decent. Listened to it again today, and I just was thoroughly underwhelmed. I mean, coming between Aladdin Sane and Diamond Dogs, it's so blatantly obvious that Bowie's songwriting craft was light years ahead of these songs that he's covering at this time. So it's just kind
Yep.
of, I don't know. I don't know if I'll ever listen to this one again.
Yeah,
honest.
I'm very unimpressed with it too, but I'm more unimpressed with one other album,
What's
and that would be Tonight. I do not like that album. I like 2 songs
Oh, yeah.
on that album.
Yeah.
I really struggle with, honestly. If I'm honest, I probably like more songs on Bowie 67 than I do on Tonight. I didn't even think about that. But I just do not like that album. It's synthetic. Nothing's really good on it with the exception of the title
Loving
track.
the Alien.
Huh?
Loving the Alien.
Yeah, Loving the Alien and the title track, I think it is, or the 2 that I were like, okay. Maybe there's a third track in there, but it's weak sauce, So there you go. Number 24.
Tonight.
There you go. We don't even need to say anything more. My 24 is Pinups, which is you. And think about it is I've listened to it a couple times and I don't remember anything from it. Like it's not like I got, oh, that's a cool song. The only one I remember is I think he does a Who song. Is it? What song is it? Fuck. Can't Explain, maybe?
I can't remember. I'm just
while you're
looking it up
looking.
right now.
Yeah, while you're looking.
I ran out of time today. I had this big plan to listen to the original and then the cover and then the original and then the cover for the whole album. Didn't get around to that. And then I scaled it back to looking up who did the originals at least. Because I don't think I've actually heard a lot of these. I have heard some of these.
There's a couple I was familiar with, but a lot of them he didn't really do much different than what they were in their original form. That's why. Well, hang on. Let me just finish.
Yeah.
That's why I've never really gravitated to it because I just listen to it and I go, well, none of this sounds any different than the original version, so why wouldn't I listen to them? And like why would I listen to David Bowie, the cover artist, which he's done a lot through his career, and I have no problem with that. But as far as putting a full album out of it, it was kind of like,
yeah,
I don't know, man. That was a weird move, and I don't think it went very successfully that I recall. I'd have to look it up, but I don't think it was very successful. But all right, we're at what 23.
Oh, can I just say one other thing about Pinups?
Yeah.
And it's such a weird album too because it comes in such a classic period of his discography, and it's just this weird little thing there that happened. And honestly, I wouldn't even go as far as to say that he didn't do much from the originals. I would say he took the originals and scaled them down to his glam rock formula at that
Well,
time.
the other thing to
Because
think
it's
about
all
here,
got
though,
the same distorted guitar tone. It's got the same kind of
yeah.
heavy drums and whatever.
But here's the
Every
thing.
song, the whole
Here's
album
why
has a feeling to it.
I think I just remembered why they did this from the episode we did. I think they needed money because he'd been on tour so much, and they were trying to accumulate. He spent a lot of money on upgrading the show every time, right? You know, every cycle or whatever, in between cycles too. And I think he needed quick cash. So the thought was, well, I'll just do a covers album. They'll pay me to cover all these tunes, and I think he picked most out, and I think the producer picked one or two, or whatever. I think that's why he did it. It was an interim stopgap thing between what was it, Ziggy and Aladdin?
Aladdin
No,
and
Aladdin
Diamond
and
Dog.
Aladdin and Diamond Dogs, yeah.
Yeah.
And it sounds like it.
Yeah.
It's just not. It's really one of those albums I think I listened to twice and thought, like, you know, like you said earlier, I'm probably never going to play this ever again. You know, it's not something I'm going to read.
I would rather listen to the originals because then at least you get the tonal diversity of all those bands. Even like my favorite song on the album would probably be "See Emily Play," the Pink Floyd cover, but the original is better. So I'll just
of course it is way better,
anyway,
way better.
So we wasted too much time on that. That's my fault.
All right,
so
we're at 23.
I'm sorry. It's Never Let Me Down. Although now I'm looking at this again, and that might be wrong, but that's where it is.
I'm not that far off of you, so don't get too worked up. It'd be different if that was my number one album, but that's not my number one album. So
what?
No, it's not. No, I'm going Reality with 23.
Okay.
I like it. I think there's some good songs on it. I even think that if I like maybe kind of forced myself to stick with it a couple of times in a row, that it might really click. But I don't really want to be forced to have to listen to something. You know, I mean, just, like that's the feeling I feel like, okay, if I sit here 3 more times, I'm going to get it all, you know, instead of the 3 or 4 songs I like right now. Right. So Reality is it. So
that's a good point, because there are certain albums that will grow on you, but they're usually the ones that you don't necessarily like them that much the first time,
but you're drawn back.
There's something that draws you back. There's something that intrigues you that makes you want to listen to them again.
Draws you in.
Want to like it.
Yep.
Right. That's exactly. The wrong reason to go.
And Pinups is not that for me, nor is Reality. So
no, and that's why the same for me, and it's my number 22.
Is Reality?
Reality. Yeah.
Okay. For me, 22 is Hours. It's good. It's just all kind of one speed. It's all nice. It's all pleasant. Like 2 standout tracks, I think, on the whole thing, which isn't a great ratio. If it was like 6 standout tracks, I'd be like, that's a good album. But with only 2, it's like that's not a great album. So yeah, Hours.
I agree. It's my number 21. So
21 for me is Let's Dance. Now, I like 3 or 4 songs off there. Modern Love, Let's Dance, Kind of Girl. There's one other one. So that's a 4 out of 5 or 5 out of, I'm sorry, a 4 out of 8 or a what did I say? The track there. It's the ratio is about 50-50 of songs I like and I don't, and others that I'm just like, they don't do anything for me. And that's not, I understand that's one of his biggest selling albums, and he did the giant tour and turned into the thin blonde haired Duke and all that stuff. And it was like, but other than Modern Love and uh, sorry, this camera's pissing me off. Uh, Let's Dance and China Girl. I just didn't really groove on the rest of that album very much, and I still don't. So you're at where you at 20?
Yeah,
Okay.
or 19, I think. I think I'm at 20.
No, you're 20.
20. 20 is Let's Dance. I'm seeing a theme
Uh-huh.
here.
We're
Yeah.
awful close so far. I think things will change up top a little bit, but
I exactly reflect your opinion
yep.
there. Yeah, there's a couple songs that I really like, and then the rest is just kind of there.
It's not that great.
No,
The great stuff outshadows the mediocre stuff on that album, but it's not enough to make you go, "Oh yeah, killer album." If you find it for $3 or $4 in this used CD bin, hell yeah, grab it, no doubt. But I wouldn't be spending $25 on it. But I'm sure there's people that have. The Iggy Pop version of what are we talking about?
China Girl.
Oh, the China Girl. Yeah, good song. Yeah, I do like Iggy's version.
Those first like 4 or so Iggy Pop solo albums are pretty awesome.
Yeah. Number 20 for me, Never Let Me Down. So it wasn't that much further down. And that's where it kind of belongs. It could go lower, but I have a soft spot for that album. How about 19?
Young Americans.
Okay.
I listened to that again today, and maybe it should be a little bit higher. I honestly just bumped it down like 5 minutes ago.
Oh, really?
I just listened to that album today, and there's like 2 or 3 songs. I mean, okay, you got Young Americans, which is a really good song. You got Fame, which is awesome. But other than that, nothing really grabbed me that much. There was like one other song that kind of was pretty good.
Well, Young American's great.
Yeah, but it's also, I kind of feel like every song on that album, including those 2 highlights, everything is kind of longer than it needs to be for the amount of stuff going on.
I agree.
Like every other Bowie song that has that length to it almost has more stuff going on to keep you interested. That one, it's just feels a little basic. So it's there for now. Could change. This whole ranking could change. No,
that's the thing. It's always a snapshot in time, right?
Yeah.
For me, 19 is Dave Bowie's 68. I like the album, but it's very uneven. It's kind of all over the map. There's acoustic pieces. There's acoustic pop songs. There's memories, from the Wild-Eyed Boy from Free Cloud, like a total, 60s acid trip weirdo thing. And then there's the chuga. I forget what's it called, from memory of a free festival, I think it is, or no, chanting Circle of the Ever Chanting Skeleton People.
That's on Diamond Dogs.
Oh, that's on Diamond Dogs. What the fuck's that song called?
There is a weird one on there. Yeah.
Shit, I can't remember. Yeah. So Dave Bowie 68. I like it. But it doesn't. It's kind of weirdly one of those ones that I put on and it just goes by. I know that song and that song, but I'm like, it's okay.
And it's my number 18.
You're like one off from me.
Yeah, I'm like one up with everything.
So almost. We've only had one that was way out. You had Never Let Me Down way like 3 lower, and then I had it higher. So.
I almost feel like I should rate that one higher just because of Space Oddity. I mean, that song is just so amazing. It's one of the. It's objectively probably in the top 50 songs ever written. I would say it's just great.
for sure.
But a lot of the other stuff is just kind of, yeah, I listened to that one again today too, because I was trying to solidify some stuff in my ranking that I hadn't heard very much. That's one of the albums I've listened to the least. And yeah, it just kind of went by most of it. I do like that part in Memory of a Free Festival, which also was in that documentary I watched yesterday. The sun machine is going down, and we're gonna have a party. Where it keeps repeating over and over.
Yeah, the sun.
That is kind of a cool way to end, but it's like there's a great
Killer
song
track.
to start the album, and there's a great half of a song to end the album, and everything else in between is kind of just it's
Yeah.
just there.
I mean, that is a great section of that song, man. When he's that's the one that they do the juga juga. That's
It might be, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, oh well. You got it at 18. I got it at 19. I'm gonna go 18 for me as Lodger. It's my least favorite. Always has been. Yeah. Always been my least favorite of the Berlin trilogy by far. Yeah. Yeah, I know. Kind of crazy. It's down that low, huh?
Well, I'll see you later.
I like it. I like it. I just don't love it. There's Boys Keep Swinging and The Secret Life of Arabia. I like those two tracks are really cool. What's the really Arabic one?
Secret Life of Arabia is on Heroes.
Is it?
Yep.
I'm thinking. What's the one I'm thinking? Boys Keep Swinging.
Fantastic Voyage, African Night Flight, Move
That's
On.
it. African Night Flight. My bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember that. I'm getting tired, so I'm like mixing songs up. But
Look Back in Anger. Come on.
Look back in anger. Yeah, that's a great song. But I just think that's kind of one of those 60-40 albums where I like 60% of the songs and 40% I'm kind of like, eh. So yeah, that's tough, but 18's where it is, sir. 17.
Yeah. Well, you're entitled to your opinion, even if it's wrong. I forget who I'm quoting on that, but anyway. Number 17, I have Black Tie, White Noise. Yeah. Okay. Solid album. It's just the production and stuff kind of lets it down a little bit for me, but still, this is the point where every album from here up is just like really pretty solid almost the whole way through for me.
Yes, agree. And actually all of them from 19 up could go up there. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 albums are kind of, I'd say 3 of them are tweeners, 4 of them are tweeners, and 3 of them are who cares if they exist or not, that kind of thing. Which one did you go with again? 17?
Black Tie.
Right. So my 17 is The Next Day. A lot of good tracks on that album. A lot of good tracks, but just enough blah type tracks that I can't have them any higher. There are some really strong songs on there, like Where Are We Now and Stars Are Out and oh fuck, what's the other one I'm trying to think of?
I'd Rather Be High, maybe.
I'd Rather Be High is on there. That's right. No, but there's one. Damn it. It's Slow Burn, right?
No, that's on Heathen.
No, that's on Heathen. What's the fucking song I'm thinking? I can't think of what it is. Anyways, it's a good enough album where I'd want to have it where it's at, but I don't think I'd go any higher. So, how about 16? How about 16?
Buddha of Suburbia.
Okay.
Yeah. Really diverse. But, I mean, I already just talked about it, so I'm not gonna say much.
I'm not. I'm fairly higher than you, but not like crazy higher than you on that. I have Young Americans at 16. Like the album a lot. There is 1 or 2 standout tracks, and then it's kind of like it's good. It's very good, but it's not mind blowing great. So yeah, that's me. Young Americans. Young Americans, this is a young Americans all night. Great fucking song, man.
Yeah, it
All
is.
right, you had 15.
Got Earthling at number 15.
Okay. I see it. 15 for me is going to be Black Tie.
Nice.
We just talked about it.
Yeah.
Great album, but not perfect. Great album, but not perfect. So it goes to number 15. How about you for 14?
14, this is starting to get a little bit painful here for me.
It's getting what?
A little bit painful to try and rank these at this point.
Yep.
I got The Next Day.
Okay. 14.
Yeah.
A good one. I've got 14. I've got Earthling. Love a lot of that album, man. The re-listen value was pretty damn good. Missed some of those songs, and I knew, Little Wonder, you, little wonder, you, and then I'm afraid of Americans. Do 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 do. Super fucking badass. Great album. So what do you got for 13?
Heathen.
Ha! Guess what I have?
Yeah.
Heathen.
Oh,
I have it 13.
First matchup.
No, I think we had. We had the first one was. Yeah, the first one was.
Apart from that, yeah.
But everything else has been one off or so, Yeah, it's a great album, man. It's a great album. I wish I could put it higher. I really want it to be higher, but all the stuff above it for me is better. That's just
I feel exactly the same way.
Yeah. All right.
That's just a testament to the catalog. I mean, it is. An album the fact that an album that good is that low, I mean, is just crazy.
Yep. How about 12?
Number 12, I got Outside.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's all right. I get it. I've got Buddha of Suburbia, and it's where it should be. I really like that album. How about 11?
Lodger.
Ah, okay.
I really like Lodger, to be honest. It's weird. Cool. It's experimental. But
it is.
I like a lot of weird shit. So, yeah.
No, you're right. It's of all the Berlin albums, I think it's probably the most outside the box.
Yeah, and it's the least great as well. I mean,
the
other ones.
Well, it's probably the least. It's probably the least appreciated of the three. Yeah. Was that 11? I got Scary Monsters.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Love that album, but there's other ones I like more, and I've got two from outside the 70s, and one was in 1980. So yeah, two outside the 70s. So I have two from later. If you get where I'm coming from. So.
Yeah.
All right. Number 10.
Scary Monsters.
10 for you?
Yeah. Number 10. It's really great, but also the second half of the album
fades a little.
A little bit.
Yep, agree. Totally
compared
agree.
To the amazing first half.
Yep, totally agree. Number 10?
9 or 10.
Oh, wait. Oh, I'm on 10 yet. Sorry.
Yeah.
My 10 is Heroes. We could be heroes just for one day. I like a lot of the album. I love a lot of them. The songs I'm not crazy about aren't far off the mark. But yeah, with everything else, I got to go that low. Sorry.
Yeah. I got Hunky Dory.
Oh.
9.
Oh.
Elizabeth. What are you supposed to do? I'm sorry.
Elizabeth. Nah, it's
Elizabeth.
Don't you ever hear? Oh, you don't know that show. Sanford and Son back in the 70s. He'd be like, "Oh, Miss Elizabeth, I'm coming home." Like he's gonna faking a heart attack. It's hilarious. Fred Sanford, he's dead now, 10 years anyways. Wait, no, what was his name? Not Fred Sanford. What the hell was his name? Red Fox.
Did you have a
Red
heart
Fox.
attack from Elizabeth?
No. Red Fox was the actor that played this guy on TV.
Okay.
The guy that
But
be
he-
like, Fred Sanford, I'm coming, Elizabeth. Elizabeth was his dead wife. He was going to heaven to meet her. He's always being dramatic because people were coming looking for money and he didn't have money, you know. So he'd play that game. But yeah. Fuck yeah. Buddha. Is that where I was at? No, where was that? I was at
Number 9.
You're at number 9, yeah.
Number 9.
Go for it.
Hunky Dory.
That's right, you said Hunky Dory. That's how I got off on that tangent. Okay.
Yeah.
Man Who Sold the World. Great album. Probably his one real kind of heavy metal album. Because Ziggy was a lot more experimental and wide ranging, and you know, most of the songs on Man are pretty rockin' heavy, man. They're pretty riffy. You know. So
Yeah.
and great.
I just realized I said I was going to talk a little bit about some of these albums that I missed in the first part. Because, yeah, I mean, I love Hunky Dory. Even though I probably should have put it higher than number 9, to be honest. Like
peer pressure.
Changes. I had Changes stuck in my head, and Life on Mars. I had both of those stuck in my head earlier today.
Yeah.
And like, fuck.
Oh,
you pretty things.
Oh, you pretty things. Great. Driving me insane.
Andy Warhol.
You
know that riff?
Down. It's killer.
It's Master of Puppets.
Monster riff. Yeah, it kind of is. You're right.
It is.
You're
I
right.
read somewhere that Kirk Hammett. I read a little snippet of an interview with Kirk, and he was talking about. He's like, "Oh yeah, we're big Bowie fans. You ever listen to the riff for Master of Puppets? It's
we ripped it off.
Yeah,
we ripped it off.
Literally almost the same riff.
Yeah, you do hear. Yeah, you're right. It pretty much is close to it. Yep.
And then the Bowie Brothers. I love.
What a song!
Oh, and I completely forgot Kooks. I love Kooks too. I mean,
amazing.
Every song on this
killer.
But yeah,
that whole album's killer.
Yeah,
and it's going to be way up for me, not down.
I should have put it higher
down where you have it. In fact, it's very close to the top. Very close. It isn't at the top, but it's close. What number are we at?
You're
on 8. You're an 8.
Which is The Man Who Sold the World, which I love.
There you go.
Which also feels like it should be higher. But I mean,
you can't do it.
I know you can't put everything in number 1, even if you want to. But I mean, The Width of a Circle, All the Madmen, like After All, even is really great. Savior Machine is a ripper. The Man Who Sold the World, of course. I mean, I love every song on here. To be honest,
I do too, man. Black Country Rock, bow down, 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 down. Black Country Rock.
But yeah, there's a lot of like proto metal on that album.
big time. Seriously, proto metal for 72.
70.
Wow, shit.
Yeah.
That's even more impressive, actually.
Yeah, it was like 8 months or so after the first Sabbath album.
Yeah, because that fucking Black Country Rock riff alone, one of the heaviest riffs back then. I'm telling you right now. That the guitar tone was sick on that song in particular.
Or in All the Madmen, where it goes into that, drops into that heavy groove with like the ride cymbal and the harmonized guitars come in.
Yep, it's killer. Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, he wrote a lot of this shit. I mean, granted, he had Mick Ronson, pretty good deal there. Had a
Yeah,
really good band around him. But Bowie played a lot of those guitars and wrote most of that stuff himself with Ronson. So, Um, are we moving on or no?
number 8 for you.
Yep. Go ahead.
No, I just did my number 8.
Oh, you did. All right. For
Yeah,
me, it's Black Star. Beautiful, beautiful album. An amazing album. It seems a shame to leave it that low, but
yeah.
there's 7 other better albums for me. So, yeah, that's where it goes. Number 8. I'm a black star, not a rock star. All right, number 7, dude.
I got Aladdin Sane,
Ooh,
which I love. Watch that, man. Aladdin Sane.
cracked
Driving
actor.
Saturday, Panic in Detroit, Cracked Actor, Time, The Prettiest Star,
Da, da, da,
Mean
da,
Genie,
lend me your
Lady,
ear.
man, Lady Grinning Soul. I'm looking at this track listing now, and I'm going,
It's
why the fuck
insane.
did I put it this low? That was a
It's not that
7,
much lower than mine. It's not that much lower than mine.
but it's amazing. I love
But
it.
it's impossible. This
I
was
know.
definitely one of the hardest ones. I mean, Lizzie's not going to be the first couple of Lizzies will be easy, and then the back, 9 or whatever it is, are going to be much harder.
Yeah.
But it'll be the same thing. So get started on your homework tomorrow on that.
Why did I sign up for that?
We'll
Go
talk
ahead.
about it in a few minutes here when we wrap up. Remind me to do show reminders and stuff. Yeah, I have Station to Station at 7. Love the album. Station to Station is one of my favorite songs by him. TVC15, fucking love that song. Stay, God, so amazing. It's just an amazing album. But what am I gonna do? I gotta. It's got to go somewhere, and that's kind of where it feels like it belongs at number 7. So, how about 6 for you?
Heroes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Quite a bit higher than mine.
I just love the combo of those weird experimental disco kind of almost things with then the like ambient half of it. It's just like so unique to me, and I don't know, just really cool.
Killer album, man. Killer album. I don't rate it quite as high as you, but I don't deny its importance and that it belongs up high like that. That was 6 for you, right?
Yep.
Okay. I've got Ziggy. Love Ziggy, man. Love Ziggy. In fact, I can't think of one song on that album that I don't adore.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think some of the best, Life on Mars, Golden, not Gold, not is Golden Years is on there, right?
Nope. Station.
Oh,
to
not
Station.
Golden Years, not Golden Years. What's the fucking
5 years?
5 years. Thank you. 5 years. Yeah. Just amazing. Superman, or Starman. I mean, Ziggy, Suffragette. I mean, goddamn, just fucking.
Yeah. Moon Age Daydream.
Oh, Moon Age Daydream. Jesus Christ, man. Oh my God. My favorite
Rock
song on there. What's that?
Yeah. Rock and Roll Suicide.
Yeah, I love that song, but Moon Age Daydream is my favorite song.
It's
It's just so fucking goddamn good. Down, 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 down.
Oh, that's that note at the end, man. Come on.
Sick. Fucking sick as fuck, man. All right. Now I'm second guessing myself. But anyway, we gotta go. We gotta move on. So number 5.
Diamond Dogs.
You bastard.
I know. Well, hey, it's in my top 5.
Because you know where that's probably at on my list.
I think I have an idea. Okay, you know what's insane? on Rate Your Music, you probably no one can see this anyway.
Not
Maybe
really.
you can see this. Look at the
Hold on.
rating for Diamond Dogs compared to like everything else around there. It's so
You
much
really
lower.
can't. You can't really see it. Why is it
Okay,
really?
let me put this in perspective. Hunky Dory 4.02. This is from overall ratings. 4.02 out of 5. Ziggy 4.26 out of 5. Aladdin Sane 3.81 out of 5. Diamond Dogs 3.57.
Fuck those
Station to
guys.
Station is a 412. Like,
That's fucked
what?
up. Fuck that,
I
man.
know.
Fuck that.
It's
Fuck
so
that.
underrated. And I
Oh,
wanted to bring
goddamn.
that up. Like, it's ridiculously underrated. I mean,
Man,
Diamond Dogs, Sweet Thing, Candidate, Sweet Thing Reprise, Rebel, We Are the Dead, 1984.
Oh, We Are the Dead's great.
Big Brother, like,
yeah, fucking
all
killer,
those
man. And then
songs
if you have the bonus disc, you have Dodo Lurker on there, man. There's fucking so many killer like bonus tracks on there and different versions of some of those songs, man.
well, shit. I might
Well,
have to
anyways,
track
we'll
that
get to that in a minute. I don't want to blow my load there. So you went Diamond Dogs at 4, 5, 4, 5.
Five.
Okay. I'll let you live another day, young man. But don't let it happen again. All right. For me, 5 is Aladdin Sane. Oh, Aladdin Sane. Fucking what an album, man. Jesus balls. Every song's badass on that album. Badass.
Yep.
But I rate 4 other albums ahead of it. So there you go. We're getting to number 4 for you, right?
Yeah. Station to Station. I mean, yeah. I love every song. Some more than others, but it's just, the title track and Stay are like 2 of my favorite songs, let alone 2 of my favorite Bowie songs. Just amazing stuff. And I love the rest of it too. So it's there. I don't know what else to say.
For sure, man. My 4 is Outside. Yes, I have Outside way up there. Yes. I think it's a fucking brilliant album. I monkeyed around with making it number 1, and then I found a couple reasons to knock it back a little from my top 3. But I just love this album. The feel, the vibe, the energy, the atmosphere, the sort of darkness, the oppressiveness, the melancholia, and the weirdness of it. It's just a weird, wonderful, weird album with some of Bowie's best vocals and best songs, man. God, like just the song "I'm Deranged." I'm deranged. Oh my God, so fucking good.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's up there at 4. How about you at 3?
I got Ziggy Stardust, or the rise of Ziggy the rise and fall of Ziggy Stardust and the Spiders from Mars.
Yeah.
I didn't write the whole thing down, but yeah, just it's a classic. It's amazing. I love pretty much every song on it. So yeah, I already talked about them a little bit when you mentioned it, but yeah.
Yep. My number 3, Hunky Dory. I'm quite a bit higher than the young man here, but that's okay because that happens. Hunky Dory just has so many fucking stem to stern prize-winning songs on it. It's just sick, man. It can't be any lower than that. It very easily could have been 1 or 2, and on some days or some weeks or some months, it is number 1 or number 2. But it's fucking a masterclass on songwriting. It was just showing he was going from strength to strength to strength to strength. How about 2?
Yeah, just want to say, totally agree. Like any of these top 8 or so albums could be number 1 at any given time.
Easily. Yep.
They're just so good, and the strength of this catalog is insane.
Yeah.
What was I at? Number 2 is Black
2.
Star.
Wow.
Just,
Yeah, because that's your entry point too, and that
Yeah.
makes sense.
And the fact that, like, you were talking about how you didn't want to get your hopes up too high and whatever when you were buying it. I had no expectation whatsoever of what it was going to be. I'd never heard a David Bowie
Yeah, because
album.
you went in kind of blind.
Yeah, pretty
And
much. So,
and you will agree with this. I mean, this is a weird analogy, but it's kind of true. It's kind of like getting laid for the first time. When it happens, you're so not ready, and you're scared to death, and neither one of you have any fucking clue what you're doing, right? But it's so amazing, right? Even though it's really not that amazing if you look back on it. But it's kind of like that with record where you have that first time experience of, oh man, I'm nervous. Is this going to be any good, or did I waste my money, or that kind of thing back in the old days before you could sample it. And it's kind of like that, you know what I mean? Like it's taking your virginity with, and each time it happens with a band, you can have it happen with some other completely different band. You can't have it happen with that band again, but you can, and that's why
right.
we can't do that. Well, we can, but we generally don't do that with partners, right? Generally, especially once we get a little older and want to settle down, we don't just hop from partner to partner. Well, but we can do that with our music. We can go, oh, right, I'm going to hop here and I'm going to hop there, and because no harm, no foul. I can always go back to them and they won't complain.
Yep.
See what I mean?
Exactly.
Weird analogy, right?
Yeah.
But it makes sense if you think about it.
Yeah, it does make sense. I totally get what you mean. I will say, looking back on my first experience with David Bowie, was much better than my first experience getting laid. So yeah, that's why I said.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Hey, no shame in that, man. Nobody was born or natural right out of the chute. So, yeah. But my number 2 is Low. Love that album. Love it, love it, love it. And it should be 1 for me. I guess it's your 1, right?
No.
Oh, it's not your 1.
I said it at 25. I guess you missed it. I don't know.
Oh, fucker. No way. It's your 1, isn't it?
Fucking with you.
Jesus Christ, dude. I'm too stoned for that. I'm like, wait, I know he didn't choose Low. What the fuck? And I can't argue with that at all. It's a brilliant fucking album. There's just so many bangers and so much weirdness and so much uniqueness and so much coolness about that album. It's just the coolest album ever, right? Right on. Yep, who's here? And I think that for me, I went with Diamond Dogs. They're in the same wheelhouse. Because Diamond Dogs, Diamond Dog was the last one. Then they went into the Berlin period, right?
Young Americans was in between, actually, which is kind of weird.
I thought Diamond Dogs came out after Young Americans.
Nope.
Yeah, that is weird. That's really
it is weird, right? You wouldn't think it was, but that's
and he
just
only really like kind of explored that particular vibe for 1 album.
Yeah, that's the thing. He's just jumping around all over the place, and
yeah.
But
yeah, so Diamond Dogs for me, Low for you. Here's my top 5 again, real quick. Diamond Dogs, Low, Hunky Dory, Outside, and Aladdin's Sane. That'd be my top 5. How about for you again?
Low, Black Star, Ziggy, Station to Station, and Diamond Dogs.
Nice.
For now.
Real quick on. First, thanks, Eric. We'll wrap up in a sec here, but I want to thank you for coming on and kind of having me occasionally be, hey, I can't do it. I'm just not feeling up to it, or changing the dates on things. I mean, we worked good with that. It took us 4 months. The first episode was March 21st, so March, April, May, June, July. So yeah, 4 months. And the first episode was with Maddie, and I am bummed that she couldn't seem to find the time to carve out for us. But look at us, we're at 421. We might have been doing it 6 hours if she'd have been on. So and we did get aggressive and do it in 3 chunks as opposed to 6 or 7. But what I think is going to happen is, depending on me, of course, and my issues here, because I really think I'm going to have to go to the hospital tonight or tomorrow, to be very honest with you, the pain I'm in. So that's why I've been smoking, because I'm in an insane amount of pain right now and distress in my abdomen. And nobody seems to know what to do, so I'm going to have to go to an ER to get them to at least look at me. But anyway, sorry about that. If I don't end up in the hospital or get really bad news like I already got Monday ago, I'm going to try to do this thing maybe once a week where I feature a guest and we pick a band and we pick our favorite album from that band. If it's the same album, okay, then great. We can give our thoughts on that album. If we pick something different, then we each get to go on our own little dissertation about the album. 30 minutes each, something like that. 25 minutes, something like that. And you got 5 minutes for intro banter and stuff like that. Keep it a 1 hour show, nothing crazy, right in that realm. And just do if it was Bowie, you'd be Low and I'd be Diamond Dogs, and we'd head to head it. You know what I mean? Yeah. So that's something I'm thinking about trying to pull in. If it's Rush, Hemispheres for me.
Maybe Hemispheres.
Hemispheres for you. Well, then we'd have the same one. Yeah. Then we'd have the same one. But I mean, it was.
I think I chose Moving Pictures on Eli's show a couple months ago. But
Jethro Tull.
You want to spoil that?
No, we don't want to do that. No, sorry.
Yeah, I don't even know. I don't know if I could pull a number one off the top of my head for that.
Yeah. Yep. So anyway, what else? Saturday night, Erik will be rejoining me here when myself, Erik, Tom Draper from Spirit Adrift, my buddy Tom, and Mr. Craig Beerhorst from the Ruffians and the Butlers, at San Francisco, mainly covers band. They're Ruffians weren't, they were original, but I can't remember what their style is off the top of my head. I think it's kind of like 70s rock, classic rock sort of vibe. But he's in a band now. I forget the name of it, but they do covers. Man, they do Life on Mars. They do Lizzie stuff, just really, really cool. So yeah, Thin Lizzy, that's 10 p.m. my time. So if you're on the West Coast, 7, because we got 2 West Coasters joining in, and then, 3 West Coasters, you. I'll be the one guy that's like drag assing, but I'm not going to get high on that one. So my daughter and I are going to try to do Talk next week. We'll see if that happens. We plan it, and then it sometimes doesn't happen. So I'll let you know on that. Hawkwind's still in the brewing, but my friend that wanted to do that had a very tight window, and I decided with my health I didn't want to do it. And unfortunately, she's now going to be really tied up for about 3 weeks. So Hawkwind will be down the road, assuming, I'm here. And then the Jethro Tull thing. We're not ready to announce that yet, you and I, but it's coming. We're going to collab. Myself and Erik are going to collab basically and do what we've done here with the Bowie catalog, the last 2 episodes. And so we're going to try to do that with Jethro Tull. Try to do it in 2 sessions as opposed to 3, but that's what the goal is going to be, because we really, really both like that band. So we'll have more to talk about that probably in about 3-4 weeks. What else, man? Did I have anything else that was pressing? I know there was something I wanted to say. Oh, again, Eric, sign up for Eric's channel, man. Everybody sub up to him. He's going to start putting some stuff up. And go watch parts 1 and 2 if you didn't watch 1 and 2. So yeah, I think that's kind of. I think that's it. Is that it?
I think my first couple videos are gonna probably be on an underrated '90s kind of proggy death thrash metal band and an underrated '70s kind of heavy prog band. So
Get on it,
with
man.
small discographies.
Get on it, dude. Get on it, man. I'll help you out.
Underrated stuff that more people need to listen to.
Yeah. Absolutely. What was it? Was one other thing on I'm still trying to put together something on Anathema. That may or may not happen in the next 2-3 months. I don't know, depending on my health, obviously. Trying to get Paul Masvidal and Kelly Schaefer on, and Kelly's ready to go, but I haven't heard from Paul. I don't know what's going on there. So hoping I can get him sorted out and have him on. Seemed to me there was somebody else I was going to have on, and now I'm drawing a complete blank like an idiot. Son of a bitch. I'll have to think about it. Oh, yeah. I'm supposed to have Craig LaCicero and Kayla Dixon on for Dress the Dead, hopefully next week. Also, Craig and a couple of the other guys from Forbidden are going to come on. I think Norman, the new singer. I think Chris Contos, the new drummer. Craig, maybe Matt. I don't think Steve Smythe can do it, but yeah. So I think that's going to be cool if I can get that to happen. I guess that's it. I keep thinking there's going to be something I'm going to miss here, but again, everybody needs to understand that last Monday I got confirmation of all the things I didn't want confirmed. I was hoping wouldn't be confirmed, and the unfortunate part of that is that I feel like I'm failing very rapidly now. And they told me last Monday, "Oh yeah, no, you've got years," and I'm like, I don't think you're right. And I couldn't really. What can I say to them? Well, go do that years test. They can't do that. They don't know at this point. They kind of know what it is, but they don't know. I don't think they know or see how systemically it's affecting me insanely. So, what else did I want to hint out? Oh yeah, one more time. If you like good jazz with killer guitar riffs, get this album, man, or go check it out. Gamelan Aerial View. Killer fucking guitar sorcery in that album. I think that's it.
I'm looking it up right now.
Dude, it's wicked. I think that's it. I'm just trying to think if there's anything I'm seeing. I'm sure I forgot something, which sucks, but I will say this too. So I did an interview with Ed Archer from Fifth Angel, and he asked me if there was any way to put timestamps, and I'd seen that on videos before, but I'm like, oh, that's got to be really complicated. It took 3 minutes. So I may actually timestamp my interviews now and go back and do the other ones. Maybe I'll think about it. If I've got nothing going on, I might do that, which would make people be able to find things a lot quicker and watch things in pieces and then not have to try to figure out where they were at or whatever. So we'll see how that goes. But yeah, Brian, Ryan, I don't know. I'll see, dude. I mean, I don't know what you mean by you mentioned them to me. like I don't know who they are. Hello. Yeah, I've been listening to Jethro Tull since I was about 7 years old. One of the first bands Aqualung is one of the very first tracks I ever heard on radio and recognized it and would never forget that riff. It's just one of the classic of classics, right? So I think that's it. You got anything, Eric?
Nope.
Nope. We mentioned Thin Lizzy. Try to pop out for that, guys, Saturday. That'll be a really good, fun one because you got two old guys and me and Craig who've been around, since before the band was a thing, and then a young guy in Eric, and kind of middle of the pack guy with Tom, and that age thing. It'll be interesting to see how that breaks things down, but got to give it up, got to give it up. That's the The thing with Lizzie is, man, there's so many fucking good songs. God,
I
man.
know. I'm gonna have to try to minimize my notes because there's 4 of us and
Yeah,
there's 12.
I don't want. I'm
So-
going to try not to keep these guys for more than 5 at most. Now there are, and there's 12 albums, so this could. I'm going to have to keep things moving. That's just unfortunately I'm going to have to do it. So
I'll
think that
I'll
way.
try to do that to myself.
Yeah, try to self-edit in that you think about, okay, I got to hit the big key points. We're all talking about this, so we're all going to have some different perspectives, which is cool. I think that's always a good thing. So, yeah. Hang on a sec, dude. I'm going to sign off. Peace out, everybody. Thank you for those of you that popped in. I appreciate it.
Thank
See
you.
ya. Bye.
Cheers.
All right, man. Sorry, dude.